Alright, and now the fun of trying to remember, is Ace Attorney minus 15 on the audio or minus 20? How does that sound compared to me? Is it drowned out or what? It's fine? Okay, good. Squeaky chair, squeaky way. Could you turn on spoiler chat again? Yeah, that's probably for the best. Okay, should be back now. I meant to do that earlier. Thank you for reminding me. Alright, couple of things before we start. First of all, it is like windy as fuck here in Monkey Town, New Brunswick. So I don't know what's gonna happen with the stream. It should be fine, but like around here there have been like multiple things going wrong with the wind just blowing shit over, so we'll see how it goes. But if the stream suddenly goes down, that's probably why. Like I don't know, I could probably like tweet about it if no, I don't have Twitter on my phone, so I can't do that. Secondly, I was sick over the weekend. I'm fine. Like I felt pretty bad for one day, and then the next day I felt like 80%, and then the next day I felt like really close to 100%. I still feel fine, but this game has a lot of reading, and I remember being tired playing these games before, so it might be something I have to cut short. I don't know. We'll see, but. Yeah, I had a mild fever. It wasn't COVID. It was so mild they don't even want me to get tested. So we're fine. But just wanted to be upfront about that. I'm no longer going to be showing fan art on the stream. So if you want to go see all the wonderful fan art that we have, you can go on Discord and see it. I haven't looked at all of it myself. There were some last minute entries, but I'm no longer doing that. And I will be saying thank you to bits and subs, but I will not be reading any of the messages that come with them. There was one more thing too, and I've forgotten about it. Oh, thank you to Merrick for the new emote. Oh no. You have your yeah. Anyway, let's get into the game. So let me see if I can remember what this game, the story is, because it's been a while. So the first one is Ace Attorney, and then the second one is Justice for All, and then the third one is Trials and Tribulations. TNA. So we played the first two a while ago. If you're just tuning in, the main character is Phoenix Wright. He is a lawyer because when he was in school, his friend Miles Edgeworth, that's his real name, right? To me in my head it's Chadworth. Miles Edgeworth was, like, they held a class trial, like, as kids. Like, he looked like young Sheldon, if you know that from Big Bang Theory. That when they were kids, like, they did that, and since then, like, Phoenix, like shaped his whole identity around this person. Like, they should definitely be a couple, but that's only in the headcanon, unfortunately. So we became a defense attorney, whereas Edgeworth became a prosecutor, and we're going through court battles and procedures and investigations and stuff. And the tone is pretty wacky. The tone is, you know what? It's not fair to say it's wacky. It's kind of all over the place. Sometimes the game is quite serious, and other times it's very like bananas off the wall. Like they put an animal on the stand. Like, I don't want to specifically say the animal just in case you haven't seen it, but it was a pretty fucked up moment. It was entertaining too. So there is some supernatural elements with oh shit. Mia is the boobs, and Maya is the little sister, right? So Mia is the one that was like Phoenix Wright's mentor, and she died. It's really early on that she died. It's not even a spoiler. The Mia is the one that died, and now that because they're like a family of mediums, they can channel into each other. So Mia can channel into Maya, and when she does, like Maya's like physically transforms into looking like Mia, so she gets taller and her boobs get bigger. Her hair changes, I think, but it's like a morph between the two of them. And so I think that's the only supernatural thing that they've ever had in the games. Like, that establishes enough supernatural stuff that they could introduce more. I don't know if that ever comes up or anything. There's a lot of these games, so I'm just trying to like get into like the headspace of remembering what they're all about. So you go through investigations and you collect evidence, kind of like Danganronpa, and then you go into the courtroom battle and you press evidence and everything, and it's not like really a real court. It's like Kangaroo Court. And I don't think anything really that important has happened in the continuing story that we need to go over again. But maybe that just shows that I've forgotten it. Like there was Von Karma and Von Karma's daughter, or was it Von Karma's niece? I think it was his daughter, right? And then like her and Chadworth have a thing, and they left at the end of Ace Attorney 2, and Phoenix is with Maya and Pearl, and I think it's like implied that they're like something of like lawyer family now or something like that. So that's where we left off. Can I see the cases? Okay, here. So that was the first one with Mia. Then there was that one with the Cogniferous guy. That was when Mia died. This was a tutorial case. Then Mia died, and then we went Turnabout Samurai, which I introduced some characters that came back a lot. Then there was Turnabout Goodbyes. That was the best case, I think, by far. That was really good. And then this one was pretty good, but it just went on for too long. This was a DLC case that they added to the Wii release of the game, I think. It just went on too long. I think that's the best one of the ones that we saw so far. And then we go to Ace Attorney 2. That was the tutorial case. It went on with the bird person. That was pretty fast. Then that was the one that with the murder that happened at Maya's family estate village kind of thing. Then that's Von Karma, Turnabout Big Top. This was not as bad as people said. It wasn't great, but it wasn't as bad as people said. I thought, like it was pretty entertaining. It was batshit, but you know, it was entertaining. I want the series to be batshit, actually. Like, I prefer when it just goes full batshit. Like the tone that they established in the first game is what I want. If it changes, then okay, but that's what I want. And then Farewell My Turnabout was the one in the hotel. I barely remember this one, even though it's the one that we did last. This one was okay, right? That was the one with the the walkie-talkie. Oh yeah, I remember it. It's coming back now. Yeah, that was actually pretty good. This one was actually pretty good. With Undercourt and shit. Yeah, that one was actually pretty good. Could have been better, but it was actually pretty good. All right, so at the end of this, I'm pretty sure that Chadworth and Von Karma, these two, fucked off, and they went off into the sunset, like literally flew off into the sunset, and Phoenix and Pearl and Maya in the background there are kind of like, they go off and eat hamburgers or something. And then that's it. All right. So, before we start, thank you for the subs from Pompous Python, Isolated Spaceman, Dakju, Boundrix for gifting us sub to Alish Owl, Bedazzling Dazzler, Varoriak, Wuggy Wug 188, Sea Breezy, Gabo Passion, Ontos Fire, Meryl, Red Yellow, Talisman G1, E-Tap 8, Talking Head 00, Dick Zammy, Fool's Gold, and Duel 0000. Thank you for the subs. Thank you Sharlock93 for like a shit ton of bits. Thank you so much. Thank you Houston Moose for the sub as well. Dark Flashes, Ball Pitterino. I got it eventually. I'm sorry. Varnus, Trat, D Nick 1776, Not Very Clever, love that name. Bot Commander M08XRD, Shivabra 188, K Roniverse, Port Exel for some bits, Bruce Killfist for a resub, Black Dolphin, Zero Draken, or some say Draken, and Niagus and Alex6 for coming in right now. Thank you so much for this for the subs and the bits. Let's go. Turnabout Memories. All right, so if I remember correctly, this was like there was like Young Phoenix. We looked at this at the beginning of the last stream. We just did a quick preview thing of this, I think. Mia looks a little bit more reasonable here to me. I don't know why. Like, not, you know, courtroom decent, but, you know, the proportions look a bit more reasonable. I don't know why. Maybe that says something about me. Okay, here we go. Huff, huff. Arg, how did I get into this pickle? Why? Why did I do that? That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake, if you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. She celebrates Christmas. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. It wasn't me. I didn't. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Five years earlier, Mia Fey, second trial. Same courtroom. April 11. 9:40 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Same judge? Phew, it's finally time. I'm kind of nervous. Ahem. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, good morning. Ah, Mia, please calm yourself down. You're going to get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know. Ho, 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 ho. What are you talking about? I am relaxed, Mr. Grossberg. Look at me, I'm relaxed. Yes, but I have handcuffs right here. Let go of my lapples. You obviously haven't got the temperament to be a lawyer. I mean, I'm so sorry, it's just that I'm so nervous today. Oh, that's right, this is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never you fear, my dear. I, Marvin Grossberg, am at your service. Did we know his name was Marvin before? Mia and Marvin and Maya? Actually, this is my second time in court. Yes, but it's your first time as a lawyer. Still, you surprised me. What, with your earnest request last night? Let me handle this case, you suddenly said, and quite forcefully, too. I just found out yesterday about the case, I mean... What, and you've already learned all the relevant facts? Well, about that. You see, I mean, of course I have, I think. Oh dear. In any case, don't let our clients see you're so nervous. Can we look? Oh shit. You see the poor young man in the pink sweater over there? That's our client. Oh man, this is relevant. Cough, sniffle, good morning there, everybody. Okay, but it said... When it said 5 years earlier, did it mean 5 years earlier from what we just saw that was going on with Phoenix, or did it mean 5 years earlier from the main timeline of the games that we've been following so far? I guess we'll find out. Good morning. Try to keep smiling, Mia. I just want to say I'll give it all I've got. Yep, it'll be fine. No prob. Whoa, the animations. Oh, what's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Rye? Actually, it's Wright. Like the Flying Brothers. People screw it up all the time. And yes, I have a cold. That's what this mask is for. My doc says this way I won't give it to anyone else. Be kind to others, he says. Right, Mr. Wright, you have nothing to fear in court today. And you didn't tell your doctor that it goes against your freedom? As a citizen of the world? Like, wow. Sheep. If you are truly innocent, I promise I will save you. But please, let go of my shirt. Cough. That's right, he's the one on trial, not you. He's the one who should be nervous. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Fey. I'm still pretty new at this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. Same judge, but that trial... If the judge has hair, I'll be so happy. But that trial traumatized me so badly, I thought I'd never set foot in another courtroom. Please, hairy judge. It's been 1 year since then. And well, here I am again. But this time I'm going to win. For my client and for myself. For all of our sakes. April 11, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. Aww. Court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Whoa! Is that a new sprite kind of thing going on? Oh man, cool. I really was reacting to how different she looked. I wasn't reacting to these. Like, I really was reacting to how different her face looks. Alright. Still, I'm not, you know, whatever. Like, you know what? They put a fucking thing on the stand. It's fine. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Oh, you have hair, though. Oh, man. The defense today is, Miss Mia Fey, was it? Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem? I was under the impression that Marvin Grossberg was to be leading the defense. Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an emergency. Emergency? But isn't that him standing there? Yes, well, he can no longer talk. It's true, Your Honor, I can. Well, okay. You're just a rookie. Are you sure you can really handle this? Don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. Oh, terrifying. Of course, Your Honor. I think... Oh, she does the same hand slam that Phoenix does. That's where he learned it from. It's a tough look. Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. Well. I can't believe a veteran like me has to spend his time babysitting a new defense lawyer. Don't worry, little girl. It will all be over soon. What was that all about? Was he trying to trash talk me? Now then, I'd like to proceed with a summary of events on the day in question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. He was a fourth-year student studying pharmacology. Oh, because swallow pill? Sounds like he was a very bright young man. Yes, well, next we have a photo taken at the scene of the crime. Students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body. And the defendant, who had obviously bungled his getaway, they then called the police. That certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. What was that, like the torn wire up top? Very well. The court accepts this photo into the record as evidence. Slam fucking dunk. The crime took place behind an IVU building. If I right click, I can see it, right? Nope. Tab? That's it. Alright, tab. What's going on with the torn electrical cable? Were they just standing having a conversation and it like came down and like tased him and Phoenix was like, oh man, I hope he's okay. Oh man, he's fucking dead. And like, did it hit the umbrella? Looks pretty bent. Yeah, fatal electric shock. Alright, there we go. I'm a lawyer! Can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo. Hee. Your reputation for sagacity is well earned, Your Honor. The truth is that this victim died a rather unusual death. An unusual death? What do you mean, Mr. Payne? Well, perhaps the defense would like to take this question. Huh? A simple question. I thought I might loosen you up a bit. I'm a genteel man, if you will. A what? Send that to him, Mia. Show him what you're made of. Ah, perfect opportunity. Well, what was it? Oh, I'm also the judge. The cause. Go on. Yes, let's go for lunch. Please say you know at least this much. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file. Groan. My hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. What the fuck, dude? And now see here. Wait, didn't you mention your hemorrhoids before? The details of the case are filed under the court record. But you've had hemorrhoids for 5 years? But if you knew that already, didn't you? Ah, the court record. I think I can see that by pressing tab. All the weapons we need can be found in the court record. Take a good hard look at the data there and think carefully before you answer, my dear. Yes, sir. I'll do just that. I've got to stay calm. I can't let that prosecutor get the better of me. The court record. Okay, let's just take a look. I just pressed tab here. Alright, I'm pressing tab. Do I have to hit the button first? Okay. Now then, would the attorney for the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death? Electrocution. According to the court record, it was a fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution. Electrocution? Oh, but how could such a thing happen? Well, we don't fucking know, but did the murderer use some type of new, super powerful stun gun, perhaps? The answer to that will become crystal clear as this trial proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there is one more vital issue. What's that? Why, motive, of course. Apparently, there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant. Bad blood? What do you mean? Oopsie, I'm terribly sorry. Oopsie, whoopsie. You're the defense attorney, so you must know all about it. I shouldn't be stealing your spotlight like this. I really don't like this guy's smug attitude. That's Winston Payne for you. He's one smooth operator, if you catch my drift. I don't. They don't call him the rookie killer for nothing, you know. Now then, let's hear from the defense. What was the source of the bad blood between the victim and the defendant? And this time, I would like to see some supporting evidence. Evidence? No need to get all worked up over this. As I said, all our weapons can be found in the court record. Find the evidence you need and then shove it into old Greybeard's face. Aw, man! Yes, sir, into old Greybeard's face. Mr. Grossberg. Try to set a better example for the young lady. Only you can call me that. Mia, evidence isn't the only thing in the court record. People's profiles are as well. You can toggle between profiles and evidence with tabs, so be sure to go over it all. Now then, let's see what you've got. Show me what you got. What was the cause of the bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim? Alright, so we go to profiles. And probably the girl. Dahlia Hawthorne, age 20. Phoenix Wright's girlfriend dated the victim Doug Swallow up until 8 months ago. The victim, he was a 4th year. Okay, so he kind of looks like Ungard. Alright, I'm guessing it's just this. The reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here. Dahlia Hawthorne, is it? Very good, Miss Faye. You seem to have picked up on at least this much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Girlfriend, though? Like, Phoenix? But up until about 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow. Damn, Phoenix confirmed to be canonically bi. Respect. Clearly she has some part to play in this story. He's done it again. Before the cross-examination starts, he's already got the judge thinking like he wants. Very well, Mr. Payne. Please call your first witness. If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Faye. It's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent, right? What are you smelling your finger for? The defense has no objection. Who was it that smelled their finger all the time? Suishi, right? Was it Suishi? Or was it, fucking hell. Who was the protagonist of Danganronpa 2? Shit. Very well. The court calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Yes, my name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, well, right now I guess I'm a suspect. No, he means what did you do before you were arrested? I was in jail. Oh, achoo, it shows you persist. Mr. Wright, you understand that you were suspected? Shit, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm telling you, I was achoo, cough. Would the defendant please refrain from passing on his cold to the rest of us? It seems the witness has something he wants to say. Well then, Mr. Wright. Please tell us about your relation to the victim. Right away, Your Honor. I love how they're never gonna have to explain why it is that the judge didn't recognize Phoenix before, because it's the judge. He's just in one eye out the other, the victim and I. I admit I was there, but I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. Okay, I think you're lying, Phoenix. You're going too hard. I see. So you hardly knew the victim. Right, like I said, I'm not a killer. Phew, it looks like the judge understands. Oof, you're being naive, you know. Too naive. Huh? It seems that you've forgotten one small thing, young lady. And that would be evident. This witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination. Cross-examination? Oh man, I heard of this in the lawyer books. He's right, and it's the defense's duty to carry out the cross-examination. The purpose is to determine if a witness's testimony contains any contradictions. Contradictions? If a witness is lying, their statements will conflict with the court record. But Mr. Wright is my client. Even if he is your client, in court, all lies must be struck down. Sure, as a lawyer, that is your duty, you see. What does he mean by that? Is he saying that testimony just now, that there was a lie, a contradiction? Now then, your cross-examination, if you please, Miss Fay. Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. Oh, I have. My name's not even Phoenix. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? Is this the P stand for Phoenix? Like, is he just like, where's his own name? Hold on. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? It's not even for his girlfriend? God damn it. I admit, I was there. All right, we have to press everything. When you say there, you mean the place where the victim was murdered? Yeah, sort of. The place where something happened anyway. Something. Objection! You can't hide what happened. We have photographic evidence. Achoo! 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 Oh man, he's allergic to the truth. Anyway, Mr. Wright, what were you doing at the scene of the crime? I thought you said you didn't know the victim, Mr. Swallow. It was just a coincidence. We bumped into each other by accident. A coincidence, huh? But I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body. You say you found the body, so who called the police? Huh? Achoo, cough, achoo, cough, achoo, cough. Unfortunately, it was some other students that notified the police. Other students? That's correct. They were witnesses. Witnesses who saw the defendant standing there next to the body in shock. Also, the victim was shocked. What? Is this true, Mr. Wright? Achoo, 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 achoo. Did you stop sneezing every time you're in a bind? Yeah, what the hell, Phoenix? Well, it's true that I was pretty shocked when I found the body. But I hardly knew the guy to begin with. So you didn't know his face or even his name, right? Right, well, no. That is, I mean... So, which is it? Did you know him or not? Achoo, achoo. Now see here, you can't avoid answering the question by sneezing all day. Well, actually... well, I guess I did know his name. News to me, why didn't he tell me that before? I heard he used to date Dolly. Who is this Dolly person? Yes, that would be the defendant's lover, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Lover? Oh, I see. Young love. So bittersweet. But that's all I knew about him. Damn, Phoenix has more game than Kiru. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. That's right. I mean, why would I even... But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you... Oh, the point! Why would you say the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe? Oh man, quite the hand on you too. Good job. Shit. Shit. Achoo. Well, Mr. Wright? No, it wasn't me. I'm not a killer, I swear. Mr. Wright, I will give you an opportunity to revise your testimony. How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a British wannabe? What is a British wannabe? Yes, well... He was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Did you see it at the crime scene, the Union Jack, I mean? Yes, that's right. I saw it at the crime scene. That's why I figured he must love British stuff, see? It's true, cross my heart. He eats Jaffa cakes all the time, I swear I didn't do it. He's acting fishier than the salmon I ate last night. Wow, what a line. May I ask you something, Miss Fay? Yes, Your Honor? What is it now? How good was the salmon? Who is this person anyway? This Union Jack fellow? The Union Jack is the name of the United Kingdom's flag. Oh, I see. So you mean like the stars and stripes, right? As usual, Your Honor, your insight astounds me. Hey, something just occurred to me. Isn't there something strange about this bit just now? Mia, there is a contradiction here. Mr. Grossberg, quickly now, show the boy that you mean business. With evidence, I mean. Okay, Mia, check the court record carefully. Well, Midir, do you think you can manage your own from this point? Okay, I'm already stuck because, like, does it just want me to point out that there's no Union Jack in this picture? Alright, I'm guessing that's it, but if it's not, we're already stuck. Alright, I can handle it myself. 1 year ago, I was in a courtroom just like this. I can do it. I can handle this myself. You mustn't try to bite off more than you can chew, Mia. I'll be fine. I know what I have to do. Remember, you can always press him to get more information. Oh, and one more thing. When you're going to state a contradiction, make sure you present some definitive proof. Okay, Mia, one more time. From the very beginning of his testimony. I admit I was there, but I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. He was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Okay, I'm guessing it has to be that. Alright, so we're going to present the crime scene photo that he doesn't have it, unless we go to the profiles first. Wait, what am I doing? I'm a lawyer! Does this evidence establish that the defendant is lying? No, don't ask me, you're the one who's supposed to know. Oops, sorry, this is all still kind of new to me. Well, I've got something new for you too, a new penalty. Objection. This isn't going to suit this. He was always wearing a Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Okay, it has to be that. Are you certain you saw the Union Jack? Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back. Miss Faye, is there some point to this line of questioning? Your Honor, please take another look at the crime scene photo. Your Honor. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back. Hey, wait a minute. He's wearing a leather jacket. The Union Jack was on the back of the t-shirt he was wearing. I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body, but if that was really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? You'd have no idea at all what he was wearing underneath that jacket. What is this music? That's right, you've been lying to me. Shit. Please forgive me, wah! This is our hero, everybody. Mia, you've made our client cry. Let him. That P on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyway. I can't believe I trusted him. Mr. Wright was all wrong. Hee. That was an impressive bit of cross-examination. Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. It's quite clear that this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime. Uh-oh, did I go too far? By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken any medicine for it? Yeah, I took some, but was the medicine that you took an over-the-counter brand called Cold Killer X? Yeah, that's right. It kills colds good. Hey, wait a second. How did you know I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X? He. Would you happen to have that medicine with you right now? What? Well, actually, I seem to have lost it somewhere. He lost it? Does this even have anything to do with the case? Did you lift fingerprints from it or something? Like, where's this going? Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where your cold medicine is right now? It's in my ass. Huh? Your Honor, I'd like you to take a look at another photo from the crime scene. Oh my god! Well, what's this? In the victim's hand, it's Cold Killer X. The victim had a cold too and had his own bottle of Cold Killer. Okay, where are you going with this, Mr. Payne? Yes, but even I've got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt as to who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to, because Phoenix wrote his name on it. Especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it. What? Sensing his murderous intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up the bottle of medicine dropped by Mr. Wright and hid it in his hand. His purpose in doing so can only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright. Order in the court. Your Honor, I'd like to present this photo and bottle as evidence. Very well. The court will accept them into the record. Crime photo 2 added to the court record. Cold Killer X added to the court record. Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken. Broken? Yes, it ceased functioning when a large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, you have some kind of explanation for all of this. Ugh. I'm secretly a robot. This is really bad. Oh, my buttocks. My poor hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids is a weird word. What really happened? The truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department. Is that what the P stands for? So we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind that building. We talked for a bit, and then at around 3, we split up. Then later, when I went back, I found him lying there. I've been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days, but I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you gave previously, and luckily for you, that's just fine in this court. Achoo, achoo, achoo. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid you wouldn't believe the truth. You'll forgive me if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible. Miss Fay, please begin your cross-examination. Oh, please, Mr. Wright, don't tell any more lies. What really happened? The truth is, I went because he called me. How did he call you? Had you ever met the victim before then? No, never. But that day, he called me up and told me he wanted to talk about Dolly. And this Dolly person is my, it's kind of embarrassing. She's my, sweetheart. That's not Chadwick. What was that for, Mia? Oh, I'm sorry, I just felt like slapping something all of a sudden. What? Dahlia Hawthorne was also the lover of the murder victim, Doug Swallow, before she met Mr. Wright, that is. So it was one of those nasty love triangles. I see. Maybe that was the murder weapon. He was in the pharmacology department, so he agreed to meet at 2:45 behind that building. Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated you should meet at 2:45? Yeah, and we were both there right on time. You said the victim was in the pharmacology department, correct? Yeah, he was studying how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. That's why he took the Cold Killer X. Everyone called him the Alchemist of IVU. Alchemist, I see. Fucking full metal. I gotta admit, I was a little suspicious, a little sus. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that run on high voltage electricity. Oh, how fascinating. He sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man. What do I do? Maybe I should ask him for some more details. About the timing of the meeting. So you're absolutely certain that you met at 2:45? Yeah, pretty sure. That's the time class ends. But they're always doing experiments, so it doesn't matter much. Experiments? Yeah, those pharmacology guys are always in the lab whipping up something. Well, it looks like he's right about the time anyway. Witness, let's go on with your testimony. What about the watch? When did the watch stop? We talked for a bit, and then at around 3 we split up. 15 minutes just standing around? Holy shit, man. Fit it right in among them. So what was it you were talking about? The new stadium. You know, a chew cough that maybe we should hang out again sometime. Hang out again sometime? I wish that were true. Then later, when I went back, I found him lying there. Here, meet me so we can talk about how we should hang out. So you say you went back. Yeah, that's when I found the body. Yes, but why did you go back in the first place? Weren't you angry with him? Well, that's right, I was. Then why, Mr. Wright? Why did you go back? I thought maybe we could make up. The fuck, Phoenix? Judging by the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure no one is buying this. I've been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days. It's rather unusual to catch a cold this time of year, isn't it? Yeah, I always get a little careless when the weather starts to warm up. I guess I shouldn't sleep with the window open this early in spring, huh? I suppose common sense is not always common. So, did anyone else know that you were taking cold medicine? Well, I always took one after meals, so I'm pretty sure all my friends knew about it. But I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. On the day of the incident, what did you do for lunch? Huh? What does that have to do with anything? You can never be too sure. I always eat with Dolly, just the 2 of us. And also Doug. Dolly's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious. Youch! Why did you punch me in the jaw? What is going on with this? Why does Mia not? Are Mia and Phoenix like are they like got a side hustle going on, or? Oh, I'm sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden. Well, Mia, I don't know. I can't seem to find any contradictions. The boy isn't exactly what I'd call a natural-born liar, you know? But still, we can't have him continue to spout nonsense. I know, but what can I do? Well, I'm certain he must still be hiding something. Information. Right now, it's information we need more than anything else. Okay, so can I press for more information? It was with this one, wasn't it? About pharmacology department. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the pharmacology department. Well, okay, sure. I don't know all that much, though. A little bit earlier in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said the department uses strange machines that run on high-voltage electricity. That's right, and they sure look dangerous. They use non-standard voltages, so there are high-voltage cables everywhere. High-voltage cables? Yeah, there were electrical poles set up all around the building. The high-voltage cables run overhead around the roof. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere. I think that's enough for now. So the defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of his death. And then the defendant returned to the scene for some unknown reason. I'm not entirely convinced by his explanation about the medicine bottle either. Did he give one? Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted. What do you mean? It was foolproof. Hee. I knew it was too much work for a little girl. Humph. However, there is one mystery that still remains. How the fuck did he kill him? There is, Your Honor. How the murder was carried out, of course. Just how was the victim electrocuted? I don't believe the murder weapon has been produced yet, correct? Well, that is, you are correct, Your Honor. So how exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I could somehow establish how it was done, maybe I could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose. Establish murder method. Can't right now. Okay, well, I mean, I can point something on it by pointing to this right here. But is that what it wants? I'm gonna guess yes. Okay, so it stopped a little after 3. Alright. Your Honor. Yes, Miss Faye. I believe that if we were to piece together everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died. That would be most impressive. Hee. Quite the brash statement coming from a rookie, but even a beginner like you must understand the basic rules of the court, yes? An attorney must be able to substantiate their arguments with evidence. Humph, of course I know that. Actually, I had totally forgotten about that. Wow, Mia. Now then, Miss Faye, let me see what you've got. Show me how you believe the victim was electrocuted. Alright, so that was the right photo, right? As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it quite well. What? But there is nothing that even remotely resembles a murder weapon here. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. Miss Faye, where exactly in the photo is the murder? Really, Judge? Well, naturally, it's right here. That's what is that? Some sort of snake? A severed electrical cable, I believe, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we've heard? The machines the pharmacology students use in their experiments require high voltage, and because of that, there are special high voltage cables strung up everywhere. So then, the high voltage cable? Yes, that is the most likely explanation. That certainly sounds plausible. Wouldn't any cable that's running electricity around a place be able to kill you? Like, you know what? I don't know enough about that. Anything that's powering a street or anything like that would certainly, but whatever. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? I believe some praise is in order. Don't toy with me, old man. Now, the victim's cause of death may indeed have been a high-voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. The only one who had the opportunity to use the cable as a murder weapon was the defendant. Achoo. It was Dahlia. She cut the cable, trying to kill both of them because she's sick of both of their shit. That much is certainly true. Yes, and that's not all. We have proof. Irrefutable proof that will establish that Mr. Wright was the murderer. You do? Well, what is it? His fingerprints. Fingerprints? You mean that the defendant's fingerprints were on something besides the medicine bottle? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, the victim is wearing a leather jacket. As you may know, leather holds fingerprints quite well. Ah, you mean... Yes, it was quite clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket, the palm print of the defendant's very own hand. What? I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have left a print like that. He touched him. Intent on murder, he squarely pushed the victim toward the severed electrical cable that he severed earlier and let it hang there, and Doug was like, oh shit, I wonder what that's behind me. It doesn't matter, let's just carry on this conversation. Order, that's enough. I think we can conclude that there is no reason to continue with this cross-examination. Really? Stick a fork in us, we're done. Mr. Grossberg, my hemorrhoids never lie. The show's so... That's a weird Shakira parody. I knew that boy was guilty the first time I saw him. No, you're wrong. Mr. Wright is innocent. No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt. Your Honor, at this time, I prepared to render a verdict in this case. Damn. Do you have something further to add, Miss Faye? Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? You still haven't told us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but. If you don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. But I can't. I just can't say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be... It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me. But Miss Faye, I don't have a cold. No matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you, and I'll represent you to the very end. Wow. We've already established the defendant's guilt. There's no further need for him to say anything. Cough, cough. Wait a minute, Mr. Wright. I'll tell you what really happened. But I've already told you, Mr. Wright, there's no need for further cough. Alright. Brace for bullshit. I did it. I admit it. I pushed him. It's my fault. Shit. That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake, if you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. Aw, man, Phoenix. And then he was hurt, so I gave him some of my cold killer X to perk him up. What you just said? Was that the truth? Yes, I was afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was the murderer for sure. Well, that's what I think. Well, as things currently stand, we're all absolutely convinced you are. Please give me one more chance to explain. This time I swear I'll tell the whole truth. It'll be okay, won't it, Miss Faye? I believe in you. You're pretty fucked, Phoenix. Oh, thank you. I still can't believe it. He really did push the victim. It feels like my hemorrhoids are doing the Harlem shh. When I pushed the victim. That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. I lost my temper and gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A little while after I left, I started to get worried. So I went back, but he was just lying there, dead. Dead? Well, the explanation is really quite simple. When you pushed him, Mr. Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cable. He died from the shock, and that, as they say, is that. A simple explanation, indeed. At the time of the incident, a light rain had been falling. Wet from the rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted. But when I pushed him, there weren't any electrical cables nearby. If there had been something like that, even I would have noticed it. That's true. Even a doofus like him couldn't miss that. Miss Faye, let me warn you right now that if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further delay. Are we clear on that? Yes, Your Honor. Don't give up, Mia. If he is innocent, there must be some kind of evidence somewhere that will prove it. When I pushed the victim... Okay, so something about the time, he left by 3, but the watch went off at, like, 3:05. That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. So what kinds of things did Mr. Swallow say to you? He said all sorts of terrible things about Dolly. He said that she was a bad girl. Oh, man. Is that all? Yep. Well, Miss Faye, you heard him yourself. Damn, no wonder he wanted her back. Oh boy, you're not doing yourself any favors here, Mr. Wright. Please don't make this harder for me than it already is. Anyway, after he said that, I lost my temper and gave him a shove. Can you tell me about what happened in a little more detail? It was with my right hand. Well, that guy, he just said what he wanted to say to me. And then he put on the jacket he was holding and started to leave. That's when I lost my temper and flew into a furious frenzy. Damn, doesn't give a fuck. Look at this. I just gave him a light, gentle shove to the chest. And when you did that, there was no severed cable anywhere to be seen? Right, there was nothing like that at all. But is it possible that you merely overlooked it? Well, I guess it's possible. What are you doing? Don't let that guy steamroll over you like cheap asphalt. I believe what's important here is the moment the push occurred. Let's continue on with the testimony witness. Thank you for the clue, Judge. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A loud noise? And what would you say that loud noise was, Mr. Wright? It was this bird carrying a fucking chainsaw going toward the cables up above our head, but I was like, oh, I don't know what that's all about, and I just walked away. I'm not sure, but it was really loud. It was like, snap, you know, come to think of it, I wonder what that was. Clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted. You're not qualified to decide that. What should I do? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here. Ask for more details. Yeah, ask for more details. Always ask. Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard may be extremely important, so try to remember what it was. How do I put it? It was like a sharp crack. Aha! Could it have been? Yes, could it have been? Hurry up and tell us. Dolly. When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. He fell right on top of it, and it broke. That was probably the noise I heard. An umbrella, huh? And did that umbrella belong to the victim? No, the umbrella actually went really high up in the air, went on the cable, and that was just enough to snap it. Yeah, it was a plastic umbrella, cheap and frail, kind of like the owner. Dude, you're on trial for killing him. Again, I wish I had any kind of umbrella. I was totally soaked to the bone. Miss Faye, what do you think? Is there something important in that testimony just now? Of course it's important. Of course it's not important. I mean, like, it wasn't underneath him broken in the picture, so, like, do we just press it and find out. This is it, Nia. The new information you've been waiting for. Of course it's important. No, this cheap umbrella is more than important. It's vital. I want to officially have it entered into the testimony. Ha! How perfectly fitting. Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer. Whoa. The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add the bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony. Okay, I hate it when the games do that, because I thought I was gonna have to present evidence through that chain, but instead it gets added to the testimony on the line, and I don't think there's any drawback in doing that. Man. Alright, so cheap umbrella, a little bit afterwards. Okay, so I think we press that again, right? So Mr. Swallow fell on top of his umbrella, and you are certain of this? Yeah, it was right there under him. Actually, if it hadn't been under him, I was planning on borrowing it for myself. The umbrella, you mean? Well, yeah, you see, I was wearing this sweater here. Dolly okay, so in the picture, the umbrella isn't under him, so is that how we prove it? Dolly stayed up late for nights at a time knitting it for me. I didn't want the rain to dampen the handmade symbol of her love. Oof, my stomach is not to be used as your personal soccer ball, Mia. Ah, I'm so sorry. Continue on your testimony, witness. What is going on? A little while after I left, I started to get worried. After you showed the victim, did you leave the scene right away? Yes, I did. I admit it. I was furious. You left without even checking Mr. Swallow's condition? Well, yeah, but like I said, I got worried about him later. So I went back, but he was just lying there. Dead, Scoop! At that time, did you see anyone else at the scene of the crime? Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Nope, nobody. Jeez, could that stupid cough possibly sound any funnier? case. It's very hard to believe someone else could have been the murderer. Unless we can find someone that shows his innocence from the testimony, my dear. I'm afraid the judge will make his final decision with no remorse whatsoever. Yes, sir. Right now I need more info. Info that will help me turn up some contradictions. Okay, so I think it's in the picture. The umbrella's here. So how is he under it? He must have gotten back up again after that, right? Also, he's on his stomach, whereas Phoenix said he knocked him on his back, but maybe that's not really important. Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the very beginning? Come on, if I had mentioned that, I would have been able to counter the prosecution's arguments earlier. What do you mean by that? Take another look at the crime scene photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. However, if you look closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole. You're absolutely right. The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still alive. No! Order! 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 The victim! He moved! Mr. Payne, the umbrella in this photo. Where is it now? Well, it was collected by the police at the crime scene. Oh, do we get to see young Gumshoe? I want to present it as evidence immediately. Umbrella added to the court record. Owned by the victim, found broken near an electrical pole at the crime scene. But the umbrella could have simply been blown there by the wind. According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. There's simply no way it could have been blown there by the wind. What is this Final Fantasy music? I know this is a matter. I know this matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial, but as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot render final judgment. Sure. No. Time for a recess? I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown in the prosecution's case by the defendant's testimony. Phoenix testimony adds to the court record. The victim fell on top of his umbrella. There was a loud sound when this happened. Well done, Mia. Hee 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 hee. Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about? Pardon me, Your Honor. It seems I was expecting too much of a free ride. It was foolish to think I could establish guilt through cross-examination alone. I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying. Let me guess. You have another witness. Exactly, and this witness's testimony will be incontrovertible. Incontrovertible. Well, who is this witness? Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne? You don't mean Dolly? I do, Your Honor. The defendant's very own lover is a witness to the whole thing. Oh man, she's gonna throw us under the bus! Oh, she tried to kill us both. That's right. She was the scene of the crime when the murder took place. Was she trying to kill Phoenix because she wanted to go back with Doug Swallow? Oh man. Look at your sweater, Phoenix. It conducts electricity. She set this up. She just hit the wrong person. I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, my dear. Damn, why are there all these wires in my shirt that you made for me, Dolly? Bad news. You couldn't be more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this. You can't be serious. Mia, what do you mean by that? I think this is a good point for a stop at. Court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimony of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. April 11, 11:52 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. I think the last person to say thank you to is Nigus, so thank you to for the resubs from Alice6, a new sub from Cherny Volk FGC, a resub from Sir Dunk the Lunk, Young Riles, Sutsun, George Fried Rich Handel. Oh god, I just completely butchered that. I'm sorry. Username Limbo, Zorgrots for some bits, Crazy Fist for a resub, Hiotimio, there we go. Mr. Silverstrike, Dumpster Lads, Key Plays, Lindelof, Jam Car 547 for the new sub, Dark Sleeve for a resub, Booty 2 Fruity as well, Bouncy Bob for 100 bits, Cheap Nesty for the resub, Kareem AZ for the new sub, and Anders Josephson, nice, for the resub. Thank you. Miss Faye, I'm sorry about what happened back there. It's alright. At least you told us the truth in the end, Mr. Wright. Oh. Sorry, I have to move. My neck hurts from looking at the screen at this angle. Oh. So I guess I can start to relax then, huh? Relax, my boy. You can't be serious after hiding such important facts. But the next witness is my Dolly, right? She'll clear me. Nope. She'll save me. I just know she will. Why do you think that? Huh? What do you mean? She's the love of my life. That's why. The love of your life. Huh. Would you mind telling me more about you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne? Sure, no problem. Dolly and I, we first met about 8 months ago right here in this very courthouse. Actually, I'm studying to be a lawyer on the side. Anyway, what is this? Is this the Kingdom Hearts crossover? One day, she and I just bumped into each other in the reading room downstairs. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together. Sure, as soon as I first set eyes on her, I knew she was the one for me. Oh, here, take a look at this. She gave this to me the day we met as a symbol of our love. Okay, what the fuck is going on? She had been wearing it around her neck that day, but then she took it off. But before she gave it to me, she said, I want you to carry this. So she gave it to you as a present, I see. This darling little bottle is filled with memories of my darling little Dolly. Is it her gamer bathwater? It certainly is a little bottle, alright. It makes me so happy. I show it to everyone I meet. It's lightning in a bottle. I want to share my happiness with the whole world. Dahlia's present, borrowed from Phoenix Wright. A small bottle necklace given to Wright on the day they met. He shows it to everyone. Anyway, so after that, you and Miss Hawthorne started dating? Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now. Oh, fucking hell, Phoenix. What a strange girl asking for a present back like that. By the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne 8 months ago, it wouldn't happen to have been on August 27th, would it? Huh? Yeah, it was. But how did you... This happened on August 27th, right here in this courthouse. What's this? A newspaper clipping? Let's see. Murder in the courthouse. Murder? What are you reading there? Let me see that. Oh, I see. Mia, I think I understand what you're trying to say. And I think I understand why you suddenly took a keen interest in this case. Dahlia was murdered in the courthouse and now she's a ghost. You believe... That's her phylactery, Phoenix. She gave you her phylactery. She's a fucking lich. You believe there is some connection between these two cases, am I correct? Newspaper clipping added to the court record. An article from 8/28, almost 8 months ago. Hope you don't mind, Miss Grossberg. Mr. Grossberg, I need to finish this myself. Yes, but I'm afraid what you have will not be enough, my dear. Can I read this? Murder in the courthouse. Very little information is being disclosed at this time since the victim of yesterday's incident in the district courthouse cafeteria is said to have been a lawyer. However, police are questioning the 19-year-old female college student who was sitting with the victim. Was he also electrocuted? I'll go and have a look in the downstairs reading room and see what else I can find. Thank you. I want to do whatever I can to be of help to you, Mia. Well, it looks like recess is about over. We'd better all get moving. I guess so. That recess sure seemed longer than 20 minutes, though. To be continued. This music's okay, but it's just like you get so used to the other music that it's just kind of... It's the same, but also different just a little bit, and it's kind of like... April 11. 12:13 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness. This next person is someone who witnessed the crime as it happened. The prosecution calls Miss Dahlia Hawthorne to the stand. Alright, not creepy at all. What the fuck? What's with this stiff silence? In my long career as a judge, I have been deceived by many witnesses. It's my job to doubt, to take no one at their word. But in your case, I must admit that you radiate a glow of complete sincerity. evil for sure. I can't believe he actually said that. Oh, now then, witness. Could you please state your full name? Don't worry, sweetie. There's no need to be nervous. If anyone says anything rude, you can be sure I'll cut them right down to size. And I will bash them with my gavel. I love how they look straight at me when they say that. Oh, thank you for calming my nerves. You are all so nice. I almost feel right at home. Not at all. It was nothing. If we may move on now, what is your full name and occupation? My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a junior in literature at Ivy University. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. Aw, she's so nice. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. Well, we know whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Aw, man, nice. Sir? Is there something I can help you with? You just go on and say whatever's on your mind. I'm sure there must be some kind of mistake. Feeny wouldn't kill anyone. I just know it. Yes, I can see why you'd say that. Alright, you know what? I'm interested. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Like, this is way better than the other two introduction cases from game 1 and 2. Like, I mean, like, they were really simple because they're introducing some shit, but, like, this is simple so far, straightforward so far for the most part. You know, I'm predicting bullshit, but it seems fine. But, like, I'm really interested. I have no idea where this is going. Like, what the fuck? She's going to be a tough witness, all right. It only took her 12 seconds to wrap them all around her little finger. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Let's hear what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you please. What I witnessed. Oh, I had been planning to go back to Feeny's place after class was over. God damn it, Feeny. Feeny and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. Then, suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. Did he even have an umbrella? Was it your umbrella? Do you always carry an umbrella? That's when Feeny noticed that I was there. I went to go and find some other students, and they called the authorities. I don't know what to say. According to you, Miss Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong. Mary Poppins, bitch! Young lady, as old as I am, even I recall how hot and the flames of young passion can burn. Nevertheless, it is my job to discover the truth. Please, tell us the truth. But I would never... That's more than enough, witness. I won't allow this to continue. What do you mean by that? Please, just let me proceed with my cross-examination, Your Honor. I, for one, don't plan to win my case on a bunch of paper-thin lies. Aw, man. Tee-hee, you haven't changed a bit, Mia Fey. Wait. Okay. What's this? So, you two are acquainted? Yes, we've met before, once. In any case, Miss Fey, the floor is all yours. It's good to see you again, Madam Fey. Oh man, I like where this has got. Madam, no, I'm no one's grandma yet, girly. What I witnessed. I've been planning to go back to Feeny's place after class was over. Now, unless I'm mistaken, Feeny, I mean Mr. Wright, is in the art department. And if that's the case, then what were you doing by the pharmacology building? Well, I'm in the literature department. I'm studying Japanese Senryu poetry. Oh ho ho, how wonderful. It's that humorous yet satirical style of haiku, yes? Nothing left to do. When a man reaches this age, sleep is his best friend. The last thing you will ever say in this trial is a haiku. I'm calling it now. That's supposed to be poetry? Sounds more like a midlife crisis. It's true, yeah, poetry sucks. For me to get to the art department, I have to walk through that back area. Yes, I see. That makes sense. When I went to enter the courthouse, I always walked through the front doors. How else would you enter? Teleportation? Feeny and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. So who is this Dougie person? Can we teach him? Oh, sorry, Doug Swallow. We were dating until about 8 months ago. So what were Dougie, Mr. Swallow and Mr. Wright talking about anyway? my phylactery. How can you be so mean? I would never eavesdrop. Oh no, she's crying! I wasn't raised to be so rude and unrefined. That's right, Miss Faye. Don't drag the witness down to your level. Damn, you fucking compromised as fuck. Why am I being demonized here? Please go on. What did you see next? Then suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. Are you saying that the victim just collapsed on his own? Yes. In other words, the defendant never touched the victim, is that right? I was watching the whole time. Feeny never did a thing to Dougie. If I press her for no good reason, I just know the judge will get angry with me. So what should I do about her testimony just now? Show contradiction. Because wait, hold on. Do we have something that we can present for that? The push? Shit. Fingerprints is here with the hands. God damn it. Feeble lies are not very becoming, Miss Hawthorne, so let's drop them, shall we? What? I would never. Miss Faye, I will not allow you to badger this witness. I believe the defense is engaged in a fishing expedition. That is, she has no supporting... Please don't glare at me like that. I'm just doing my job. Now then, Miss Hawthorne. The defense's palm print... Oh, okay, it just does it for you. Okay, the defendant's palm print was found on Mr. Swallow's leather jacket. It has already been shown that Mr. Wright did, in fact, push the victim. What? There's no need to try to cover for the defendant. It would be much better if you came out and told us the whole truth. I'm starting to doubt Phoenix's testimony. There's nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell us everything that you saw. Yes, Your Honor. I will. If you don't mind, I'd like to revise my testimony for the first time. Looks like we're finally getting somewhere. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. You didn't see it? Well, I saw the moment when Dougie fell to the ground, and at that time, there was only the two of them at the scene. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and the victim, Doug Swallow? Yes, that's right. It didn't look like they were fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual either. So then, what did it look like they were doing to you? I thought they were having a nice, friendly afternoon conversation. Oh, give me a break. That's why I really wasn't watching them all that closely. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? No, nothing at all, Mr. Judge. Oh, Mr. Judge, I like the sound of that. Mr. Judge. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Gonna sleep well tonight, Mr. Judge. Getting his Mr. Judge pajamas on, I went to go and find some other students and they called the authorities. When you say students, do you mean students from the pharmacology department? Yes, they're all very fond of their drugs. Please try to stay on topic. So to find some pharmacology students, you went to the labs, correct? That's what I was planning to do, but in the end, I wound up not going. A group of about 10 research students came running out of the building entrance. Somehow, they all seemed to know what was going on. The students knew what was going on. Leave alone. Press for more details. But how could the students have known what was going on? Well, I don't know for sure that they knew what had happened. It's just they all seemed kind of excited about something. Doesn't look like I'm going to get any more info about the students. So did the students call the police? Yes, I was so panicked. Yes, well, anyone would have been, my dear. That girl, she's telling a super obvious lie, and she knows it. She's just pretending to protect Mr. Wright. Yes, that's got to be it. Way to go, Mia. Okay, that means I'm going to have to dig deep to find the contradiction on this one. You plan to go back to Feeney's place after class was over? No one would ever do that with Feeney. He has a cold. Mr. Feeney and Dougie, they were talking about in the building. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. It didn't look like they were fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual either. I went to go and find some other students, and they called the authorities. Okay, so why would they have to call the authority? What does it want from me? Is it didn't hear the sound of the umbrella, or is it this? Or does it want... I mean, I feel like we jumped from the back one before. Okay, let's try this one and see if that's it.
Objection!
You say you didn't hear anything unusual, is that correct? Yes, that's why I was very relaxed, looking at the scenery around me. That's nice, but I find that just a little odd. I have here the testimony of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright, and he clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise. He said that? If you were really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear this noise as well? That's kind of weak. We don't know what the noise even was. Well, maybe the noise wasn't all that memorable. But according to Mr. Wright's testimony, it was a sharp noise like a snap. There's no way a noise like that could fail to make an impression. Maybe the noise was coming from really far away, and that was just as, you know, you couldn't hear it if you were any further away. May I have a moment to answer? But by all means. I know the reason why I didn't hear the noise. You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on, and I was listening to music at the time. Headphones? You mean that both of your ears were covered? The rain was just beginning to let up. But it seemed as though Thor wasn't ready for his fun to come to an end yet. So the sky continued to flash and rumble. Thunder and lightning, huh? Very, very frightening. Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder. Sorry, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder, so I put my headphones on to block it out. Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradictions in her testimony after all. Wait a sec, Mia. The testimony just now. She said something that could totally change this whole case. She was listening to music. There was lightning. She didn't hear anything, and she was listening to music. There was lightning. Your Honor, there's a problem with the witness's testimony. What do you mean? Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct? Yes, what about it? Well, lightning is actually a large discharge of electricity in the atmosphere, am I right? Now's not the time for a science lesson, Miss Faye. Yes, Your Honor. Anyway, since the cause of death was electrocution, isn't it possible that the victim died from being hit by a bolt of lightning? Oh, no! I must admit that the thought had not occurred to me. Just what kind of thoughts do occur to this guy anyway? This entire case is built on the premise that Mr. Doug Swallow was murdered, but that very premise itself was mistaken. But we already know is the cable. The defense believes that Mr. Swallow was in fact the victim of a stray bolt. It hit the cable. Appears the defense may be onto something. Could it be that the death was actually accidental? All right, you did it, Mia. I'll be taking that not guilty verdict now, I think. I'm hurt that you have such a low opinion of me, Miss Faye. Huh? I checked the records. There were no lightning bolts recorded in that whole day. I'm not a fool, you know. The prosecution has done its research, Your Honor. We found that there were no lightning strikes on the day that... What's more... We have evidence that the electrical cable is definitely linked to this case. Evidence, Mr. Rain. Well, what is this evidence? This affidavit. Who is this affidavit from? The pharmacology students who were conducting experiments in their labs that day. Allow me to read out the court testimony of the pharmacology students. All equipment in the labs lost power all of a sudden at around 3 p.m. that day. Was it a blackout? All of the lab's equipment runs on high voltage, Your Honor. So you're saying the equipment lost power because... Precisely. They lost power because of the severed electrical cable. And who severed it? The thinker. The power outage occurred at approximately 3 p.m., which fits with the time of the death listed in the autopsy report. Exactly. In other words, the victim died as a result of touching the severed electrical cable. At 3 p.m. But the watch says, it's a little past 3. His watch just ran a little fast. According to the students, the cables were very old. They were planning on having them replaced in the near future. I see. Apparently the cables had become so brittle that even the smallest bump would have caused them to break. Like from an umbrella. Students' testimony added to the court record. Yep. Seems legit. However, there is one thing that troubles me. If the cable could have been broken by any small bump, then it wouldn't have snapped if it hadn't been bumped into, correct? Well, I suppose you could say that. Miss Faye, do you have any thoughts regarding the cause of the severed cable? Well, let's see the fucking bird report. Any birds fucking land on any cables that day when you were checking the fucking lightning strike cameras? Your Honor, I don't like how this is looking one bit. I have to come up with something to try to regain some momentum. If it pleases the court, the defense would like to state its opinion. Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break? The umbrella. The umbrella. It was the umbrella. This is it. This is why the cable snapped. Well, Your Honor, I believe that the only thing that has snapped is the mind of the defense. Ah, that was one of your best lines yet, Your Honor. Ugh, ouch, that was harsh. Please, Your Honor, give me more. Oh, no, it wasn't. It wasn't the umbrella. Well, let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cable to break? Shit, I don't know. Who? The cold killer? Dahlia's present. I'm a lawyer. Huh, I thought it was the umbrella for sure. I thought it was like the umbrella gets thrown up and does it. Okay. The bottle of cold killer got thrown up? Just the slightest bump? Is it a who instead? I straight up don't know. Okay, so if it's a what, then it has to either be in the photos. Fuck it, let's try the bottle. It was the bottle. This is it. This is why the cable snapped. Well, Your Honor. Yeah. That's dumb. That's dumb. What was the skip button again? Shit. Was it right click? Okay, so it wasn't these objects, so it's either something in these pictures, or it's a who. Can't be these. Can't be that, because it's just the umbrella again. Alright, let's just go through the list. Let's say it was Dahlia. Nope. It was Doug Swallow. Nope. It was Phoenix. Please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony. The defendant's testimony. He said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Okay. Now, this happened at around 3 p.m., correct? Yes, that sounds right. Wait, are you saying that the lab equipment lost power at 2:55 p.m., which fits right in Mr. Phoenix's timeline? In other words, it was Mr. Wright's shove that caused the power outage. Okay. Yes, the prosecution also came to that same conclusion. It was the very shove that caused Mr. Swallow to be electrocuted. No, I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne. What's that supposed to mean? Take a good look at where the victim landed after being shoved. See the umbrella? It's by the electrical pole. That's right, the victim banged into that pole as a result of being pushed. It was that impact that caused the cable to break. Okay. Well, that makes sense. And then the victim was electrocuted. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no, it doesn't make sense at all. Getting shoved into the pole made it break in the middle? Like, if the victim was shoved into the far pole, then it couldn't have been electrocuted by the severed cable in the foreground here. In other words, someone other than my client must have electrocuted the victim. Order in the court. Ah, the lamentations of my enemy. How I've longed to hear them. Damn, that was pretty good. It's true. The defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't seem to be any something. Dahlia, Mr. Judge, sir? May I say something? The Madame Attorney's explanation. She said some things that are a little different than I remember them. What the? Please, just once more. May I please testify one last time? Please, Mr. Judge? Of course, as many times as you want. Of course it's alright. Just go right ahead and give your new testimony. This is it. She's finally starting to show her true colors. Alright, so I think that last round was kind of dumb, but let's keep going. What I witnessed, part 2. The truth is, Feeney pushed him twice. The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke. Then Dougie tried his best to run away from him, but Feeney caught up and crashed into him from behind. The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute. Thought you were listening to your music. So after being shoved, the victim got up and tried to run away. And that was when the defendant pushed him for the second time. I'm so sorry, Feeney, but I just have to tell the truth. Am I doing the right thing? Am I, Mr. Judge? Of course you are, my dear. As painful as it may seem, you are. Now then, Miss Faye, you may proceed with your cross-examination. What I witnessed, part 2. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Truth is, Feeney pushed him twice. Miss Hawthorne, previously in your testimony, you said the following. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to protect Feeney. So that's why you basically lied to the court? I was a bad girl. I know. Mr. Judge? Yes? Would you please forgive little old me? Of course you won't. What you did is just called perjury. Oh, come now. It was just a little old white lie. We'll forget it this time, but please be more careful from now on, alright? Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Judge. Not at all. Ho, ho, ho. The judge had better be more careful himself. A dark alley is friendlier than that girl. First time it was into the electrical pole, that's when the cable broke. You're saying you actually saw the victim get pushed into the electrical pole. I know he doesn't look it, but Feeney can be a bit of an imp when he wants to be. Oh, really? But I never imagined that he would cause an electrical cable to break. Feeney really is scary when he gets mad. Yes, he sounds like a very dangerous individual indeed. Then Dougie tried his best to run away from him, but Feeney... Oh, shit! Wait, go back. So let me get this straight. You were happily listening to the music on your headphones while you watched the scene unfold. Wow! Now, she's already established she was lying before. Mia, Miss Faye, I'll have to ask you to stop badgering the witness. I wasn't happy. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. All I could do was stand there and cheer them on. Cheer them on? What do you mean by that? Well, I wish the best for them both, and that they would each give the fight their all. Very reasonable. That's very sweet of you to be so supportive. What happened after that? Go banana! But Feeney caught up and crashed into him from behind. That doesn't sound quite right. There were handprints found on the chest of the victim's leather jacket. Mr. Payne, were there also prints found on the back of his leather jacket? No, there weren't. Madame Faye, may I suggest that you listen a little more carefully? I said that he crashed into him from behind, right? My Feeney wouldn't leave any prints behind in that case, would he? She's got you there. The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute. Did you actually witness the moment the victim was electrocuted? I'm sorry, I didn't actually see it. I turned my eyes away. Alright, so this is where we're going to use the watch. That's understandable. Yes, indeed. It would have been a horrific sight for anyone to behold. If I don't figure out the contradiction here, it's all over. She didn't have much time to come up with her lie, so this is my best chance. There must be a hole in her testimony somewhere. Think, Mia. Find the hole. Okay, so it's that around 3 p.m. Oh, okay, so 2:55 p.m. is when the power went out, when the cable snapped, and then he was killed at 3. So does it want that? Does it want this? Or does it want the watch? Shit. Well, I mean, I think all 3 of these should work, but I'm gonna go with this one. Your Honor, That statement contradicts this evidence. In what way? I'm not sure I understand. Actually, I don't quite get it either. Fuck! Alright, well, I'm sure you... Alright. Let's try this one. There we go. That's enough witness. I'm afraid I don't understand. You will in a minute. Could you please take a look at this picture? Oh, that medicine. That's the one Feeney likes to take. Feeney likes to take for his cold. It's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch. Okay, so the watch would have worked, and the other one, and the one I picked would have worked, but the time of death doesn't? It stopped at the precise time the victim was electrocuted. In other words, 3:05 p.m. Yes, and your point is, Miss Faye. My point is this. What time was it when the lab suffered that power outage due to the cable snapping? Well, according to the student's testimony, the answer is clear. It was 2:55 p.m. Ah! Would you care to explain to the court, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne, what exactly happened during this 10-minute interval? I was listening to my favorite song. It was a really long death metal song. The defense proposes that it was during this interval that the real murderer killed Mr. Doug Swallow. Order. Order in the court. This is nonsense. The real murderer... Even you can't deny that the time between the cable breaking and the electrocution are completely unaccounted for. Then who was it? Who else are you saying could have done it? Me. There's only one person who could have murdered Mr. Swallow. Only after my client had left the scene was there a window of opportunity for the real killer. Miss Faye, is the defense ready to indict someone as this real killer? It's finally time. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The time has come. Yes, Your Honor, we are ready. Very well, but remember, if you accuse the wrong person, you will be penalized. Think very carefully before you speak, Miss Faye. Now then, Miss Faye, let's have it. Who is this real killer? It's Dahlia. It could only have been you, Dahlia Hawthorne. Wow! How can you? The defense is grasping at straws. 10 minutes passed between the time the cable broke and the time of the electrocution. What exactly were you doing that whole time, Miss Hawthorne? Were you really listening to some music while cheering them both on as they fought? I thought it was a minute, but you know, the fight went on for a lot longer. It just felt like a minute, because it was such a cool battle. But I hard to believe that you didn't lift a finger to stop the men dearest to you. Order, Miss Faye. What? I mean, why, Miss Hawthorne? I believe you did witness the two men fighting on that day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim and subsequently left the scene, it was you who pushed Mr. Swallow to his death by your very own hands. Well, were there handprints on the back of hers? How could you say something so mean, Madame Faye? I didn't do anything. Miss Faye, this shit. This is happening a lot. Your Honor, please, I have something I want to say. It was me, it wasn't Dahlia. Achoo. You? What is it? Please strike everything the defense said just now from the record. What the? Are you daft? You're totally wrong, Miss Faye. Dolly, she couldn't do something like that. Mr. Wright, get back in your seat. Bailiff, grab that man. Oh, achoo. Leave my Dolly alone. Sigh, that boy. He's gotten himself in way over his head, like I am with my hemorrhoids. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, you're back. If you just tuned in, that's something he says. That's not me. It seems I arrived just in the nick of time. I found the police report on that incident in your newspaper clipping. Police report adds to the court record. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I was hoping for. You better take a good look at it. It details how you came to lose your boyfriend. Whoa! Now the defense has made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? I wasn't listening, Your Honor. Oh, very well. I guess we're done. Well, really, Your Honor, May I interrupt you for just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't you worry, my dear. I have the situation well in hand. Sniffle. Go right ahead. Madame Faye, are you seriously accusing me of killing my sweet Dougie? Yes, I am. Not only am I saying you murdered Doug Swallow, but you also tried to pin the whole thing on your current lover, Phoenix Wright. This is something that you do. I told you that you should let me handle this. Sorry, but please go ahead. How can you say that? I'm absolutely devoted to my dear Feeny. The notion that I would try to frame him is ludicrous. This is all just too much for my poor little me to bear. I believe the girl is trying to ask what on earth her motive would be. You just like to kill people. The answer to that lies somewhere in this police report. It must. Updated police report. 8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building. How many people have been murdered in this courthouse? And then, the same day, the two of them accidentally meet. Your Honor, the defense requests further testimony from Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Further testimony? What about? About the events of the day when she first met the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What could that possibly have to do with this case? The witness claims that she has no reason to frame the defendant. Am I correct? Well, I have evidence to suggest that she, in fact, had a very good reason. Oh, okay, go ahead. Very well then. The court grants the defense's request. Young lady, would you mind staying on for just a bit longer? Of course not, Mr. Judge. Get ready for the battle of your life, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ba-da-ba-da-bum, How I Met My Feeny. Alright, this is gonna take like 10 seasons. Alright, what's this police report all about? Location, District Courthouse Cafeteria, date time August 27th, 4 p.m. Victim, Diego Armando, age 28, occupation lawyer, suspect Dahlia Hawthorne, age 19. Armando ingested poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. The traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity or on the suspect's person. It is unclear how the poison entered the victim's coffee cup. Alright, so she just carried poison in her necklace and she gave that to Phoenix and she just let him walk around with that for the whole time? I hope that she like took it away from him and changed it out for just normal water in the time. I hope it's still not poison. I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. We've been going out ever since that fateful day. We're so lovey-wovey, we literally make people sick. It's just jealousy, I think. Damn. Is he even have a cold, or does he just keep putting the necklace in his mouth the whole time, and he's getting trace amounts of the poison seeping through as he puts his fucking Dahlia necklace in his mouth, and he's like, I love her so much. Oh my god, Phoenix. Mr. Wright, do that again and you will be held in contempt of court. And now we enter the final act of our little drama. As we used to say in the days of my youth, go get her. How I Met My Feeny. So until that time, you had been dating Doug Swallow. Did he swallow some poison? Yeah, I'm a real fool, I know. Letting my emotions change so quickly, I'm ashamed of myself. No, not at all. Look at me. I'm infamous for changing my mind. My critics have even taken to calling me Judge Fickle. Hey, it's me, Judge Fickle. Ho ho ho. Maybe you should look for a different line of work. Despite that, however, he always hands down the correct verdict. That's why some people also call him the Great Judgini. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room. Courthouse reading room? That's a strange place to meet the love of your life. That's not true, Madame Faye. After all, Feeny was not only an art student, but he was also planning on becoming a lawyer. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you, Miss Hawthorne. What was a literature student like you doing in a courthouse reading room? This line of questioning is a waste of time. It has nothing to do with our murder case. Miss Faye, I'm warning you. This has nothing to do with Mr. Swallow's case. I have to remember the judge is on Dahlia's side. I better tread carefully. Wait and see. Keep pressing. Always press. Always press. You always press. Your Honor, if you'll allow me some latitude, I think I can establish relevance. Please ask her to continue on with her testimony. Very well. Young lady, I've got a simple question for you. What were you doing downstairs in the courthouse reading room? If it pleases Your Honor, the answer is simply this. I was reading. I had come to this courthouse to do some research for a paper I was writing. What's it on? Courthouses. You're writing a paper on what? On the relationship between modern Senryu poetry and the criminal underworld. Ho ho ho, that sounds like a fascinating research idea. Am I getting old? Now I've even forgotten what I've forgotten. Again with the midlife crisis stuff. Mia, why did that girl really come to this courthouse? Isn't that what you wanted to know? And speaking of forgetting things, you haven't forgotten the police report, have you? I went through a lot of trouble to get it, my dear, so be sure to read it carefully. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. Alright, so that was a clue. So what was it about Mr. Wright that made your heart malfunction like that? In my personal opinion, he just looks like a typical snotty-nosed college brat. Whoa, Mia, that's your future boyfriend. Perhaps to a woman your age, but to me, Feeny is handsome. Perhaps to you, Miss Hawthorne, but to the rest of the planet, he's a dime a dozen. Love is a mysterious thing, and I object to this line of questioning. If you were to look at my wife, for example, you might all be shocked. You'd be telling the truth. It was truly, truly shocking. Beautiful mushroom growing tall in the darkness. It comes from cow dung. Fucking poetry. That's the poem that best describes how I feel about my Feeny. Feeny's in the back crying of happiness. We've been going out ever since that fateful day. Were there any bad feelings between you and Mr. Swallow? No, none at all. We parted on very good terms. But that can't be. Our investigation also shows that it was a clean breakup. Huh. Are you sure? Yes, it seems that they both wanted it that way. So the victim wanted to break up with her. Press further. So you're saying that Mr. Swallow also wanted to break up with you? Well, you see... What a cruel thing to ask a lovely young lady like this. By the way, I have never once considered leaving my wife. No one cares, Mr. Payne. She didn't deny it, that must mean. Doug Swallow must have seen through her little act. He must have gotten a glimpse of her true nature. Listen to me, Mia, that woman has the judge in the palm of her hand, you see? So the only way to discredit her is to find a contradiction in her testimony. Okay, so the contradiction is going to be in this police report. Let's see. So 4 p.m. Is it that she was a suspect in this, or? Oh, was it not a clue? I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. Yeah, that sticks. So we're destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room. Alright, is that where they met? Courthouse cafeteria, occupational license. Okay, let's read it again. Location, District Courthouse Cafeteria, date time, August 27th. Diego Armando, suspect. Armando ingested poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. Oh, okay, so that is this suspect, not like a suspect. Okay, I didn't understand that. All right, traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No, okay, cool. All right, so that must be it. Unless I read it right the first time, and now I'm reading it wrong, but we'll see. Okay, so that one. Miss Hawthorne, you weren't here because of your research paper, were you? Didn't you actually come here for a much more important reason? What is the meaning of that cocky smile on your face, Miss Fay? 8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse, there was another tragedy. Another tragedy? Do you mean the incident in which an attorney was poisoned? The name of the suspect in that incident is listed here in this report. And that name is Dahlia Hawthorne. What? Dahlia Hawthorne? Who the fuck is that? Yes, the sweetie pie of everyone's eye, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. She was the prime suspect in a criminal case just 8 months ago. Order. This is unbelievable. It's true then. Something. Fuck. Miss Fay, that's not fair. You can't slander my witness with an unrelated case. I, Winston Payne, will not allow it. Mr. Prosecutor, I believe I was speaking. Pardon me. Go right ahead. It's true that about 8 months ago, the police expressed some interest in me. Expressed some interest, huh? Mr. Judge, sir, I know I'm under oath, so I'll tell the absolute truth. I did not commit the crime that occurred during that incident 8 months ago. Okay, good enough for me. You heard it all. She's under oath. She wouldn't lie. That'd be illegal. I see. Okay, I tried. Okay, all right. I tied the two crimes together. Now I've just got to stay on the offensive. Well done, Mia. Oh, you've really lit a fire in my heart and my buttocks. I can hardly tell which is more inflamed, my spirit or my hemorrhoids. The poisoning. I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that is lethal at just 2 teaspoons. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. Poison for Cusco, so you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that. That's true. Yep, that seems pretty airtight. No wonder she got away with it. So that's what happened here 8 months ago. However, as you've heard from the witness's testimony, she had nothing to do with it. I think the defense is just about out of tricks. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Payne. Can't let you do that. Same kind of look that Phoenix has, man. Like, Phoenix just based his whole lawyer persona off of her. But I'm afraid the defense has many more tricks up its sleeve today. And I'll be sure to show them to you before the end of this cross-examination. What the? Why does the defense suddenly feel stronger? Aha, Mia. You're glowing with a true lawyer's aura, my dear. That proud posture and self-confidence, absolutely smashing. The poisoning. The poison for Cusco. The poison designed specifically to kill Cusco. Cusco's poison. I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. What were you talking about with the defense attorney? Well, I'm sorry, but that's confidential. According to the report, you were being interviewed regarding another case. The lawyer that was killed. He said he wanted to talk about an incident I was caught up in when I was younger. Why don't you tell us all what that incident was? That has absolutely nothing at all to do with this case. Well, it was another incident where she thought she was going to be killed, that she was going to be a murderer, but then the person that was doing that case also got killed, and while they were talking about it with her. And why was she there? Well, she was called in because of another incident where she was involved with someone being murdered, and while they were talking to the lawyer, he was also killed. And why were they called in there? Objection sustained. The defense's question is stricken from the record. You get involved in a lot of incidents, don't you, Miss Hawthorne? Well, I guess I was just born under a bad sign. Don't worry, Dolly. I'll protect you. You heard the man. Now that is true love, young lady. You're lucky. I find you both not guilty. I can't break you up. Oh, Feeny, please. Eeny, meeny, Feeny. Gag, those two really are making me ill, albeit for decidedly different reasons. I left my seat for just a moment, and that's when it happened. The Thinker, how long were you gone? I've already answered all these questions for the police, but if you must know, maybe 10 or 20 minutes. And where were you during that stretch of time? Using the toilet? What are you saying, Miss Faye? Toilet? My perfect little dolly doesn't poop. You heard the defendant, Miss Faye. She doesn't poop. Better like this. Oh, Feeny, please. The police have already looked into this whole matter. This line of questioning is nothing but a waste of the court's time. Objection sustained. Miss Hawthorne, please continue with your testimony. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that is lethal at just 2 teaspoons. About how much liquid is 2 teaspoons? Well, let me see. My bottle of eye drops says 1/2 fluid ounce, which is equal to 3 teaspoons. So it's about 2/3 of that amount, huh? The poison was found in the lawyer's mug of coffee. It must have been after I left the table. Someone must have quietly slipped it in there. What a shame. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison. A special kind of poison? How so? Well, I heard that it's almost impossible to detect. Oh, and where would something like that come from? I'm sorry, all I know is what I overheard the policeman saying. They said something about using advanced chemical processes to purify it. Chemical processes? Well, that's quite impressive. Maybe you would need a pharmaceutical student. Most impressive. The better question is, how did the criminal get something like that? I asked my Dougie to make me some poison, and he said, what is it for? And she was like, I just want to have some. And he's like, okay, I'll make it for you. And then 8 months later, he was like, wait, I gave her that poison. So you'd see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get poison like that. I saw Phoenix walking around with that chain because he shows it to everyone. I was like, wait, that's the poison I gave to her. Oh my God, I put it together. So you see, I'm innocent. That's the reason they didn't arrest you? Because no one could show you how you could have gotten the poison? I think that's a good enough reason, Madam Faye. She's right. And I think we've all had enough of Miss Faye's questions. I mean, she's right. Yeah. So in essence, the main reason Miss Hawthorne was never arrested for this crime was because no one could have shown how she could have obtained the poison. Then all we have to do is find a way to establish how she could have gotten some, right? Great. Now, just how did a lit student get a hold of poison of all things? I went to the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss. Oh, we're done. All right. Yeah, there we go. You wouldn't know how to get that kind of poison? I don't believe you. What? In fact, you had easy access to that kind of poison, didn't you? At your boyfriend's lab. Boyfriend's lab? But boyfriend, you mean the victim, Doug Swallow? That's right. Up until 8 months ago, Miss Hawthorne was dating Mr. Swallow. And if you'll recall, Mr. Swallow was a pharmacology student at Ivy University. For pharmacology? How unreasonable! His laboratory contained highly advanced chemistry equipment. In fact, without such equipment, the culprit could never have obtained such a rare and special poison. Well, Miss Hawthorne, it seems you had access to such a poison after all. And then, it was a matter of slipping it into the victim's coffee when he wasn't looking. The only person who could have done that was the one sitting at his very table. You! No! Order. Could it be? That's nothing but a baseless accusation. May I say something, Madam Faye? What is it, Miss Hawthorne? The amount of poison in the coffee was 2 teaspoons, correct? In order to carry that much liquid, you would need some kind of container. Well, yes, that's true. I was searched immediately after the incident took place. Quite true. In fact, the entire courthouse was turned upside down. But they didn't find a suspicious container anywhere, did they? Maybe you just put it in like a little plastic thing and then flush it down the toilet while you're gone for 10 minutes. This is dumb. She's right. They even mentioned that in the report. Well, you could have easily gotten rid of someone that small. That's true. Excuse me, madam, but this is a court of law. If you're saying that I threw the poison container away, I think you need to show some kind of proof. Proof? She got me good with that. Provide some evidence or I'll have to disallow this line of questioning, Miss Faye. Once we can come up with some evidence, we're going to lose this lead. Police conducted a full-body search of Dahlia and of the entire courthouse, and yet the container holding the poison disappeared right after the crime occurred. If you're going to accuse the young lady of committing the murder, then where's the container the poison was carried in? What happened to it? Alright, so this one, yeah? You were forced to get rid of the container in a hurry, weren't you? And that's why you passed it on to someone that had nothing to do with the case. Who conveniently left before they started doing the courthouse search. Someone that you knew wouldn't be searched. Who is this person? Mr. Phoenix Wright, of course. So the defendant was this witness's accomplice? Of course not. She gave the poison to him disguised as a present. What? But that's... That's a charming little necklace. Is this a little bottle? It's really quite cute. Fucking sus. Well, what about it? What does it mean, Miss Faye? The day the witness met and fell for Mr. Phoenix Wright was 8 months ago, August 27th, the very same day as the poisoning incident. Under the pretense of love, the witness gave my client a present. That music cut out suddenly, huh? Whoa, what are you doing here? All for the purpose of hiding the one piece of evidence that would give her away. What? Are you saying there's a deadly poison in here? Deadly poison? No, there's no longer any poison in that bottle. Actually, however, I'm certain if the crime lab were to analyze it, they would find a trace amount. Meanwhile, Phoenix just sucking on the necklace. No, what? Order in the court. On behalf of Dolly, I object. Mr. Wright, control yourself. I won't let you bully her like this. Mr. Wright, I thought I told you to stay in your seat. Mr. Wright, why? Why are you going through so much trouble to protect her? Why? Because I'm madly in love with her. Madly in love? I haven't heard anyone say that in a long time. Mr. Wright, have you ever thought about this? Why exactly would a woman like Dahlia Hawthorne want to date you anyway? Whoa! Well, I guess she must be madly in love with me too. Mr. Wright, please open your eyes. At this point in the trial, I think it should be obvious to everyone. The real reason that Dahlia Hawthorne is dating you is she's madly in love with you because of that necklace to keep you quiet. Well, I mean, 2 or 3 both work here. I'm going necklace. Dahlia Hawthorne was not and is not madly in love with you. The only thing she's after is that bottle necklace you'd love to wear around your neck. My necklace? Back there in the waiting room, you said it yourself. Yeah, she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing. Please give it back now. So why don't you? What a strange girl asking for us back like that. How do those conversations go? For Dahlia Hawthorne, that necklace is irrefutable evidence of her crime. That's why she absolutely had to get it back. You're lying. But you never gave it back to her. Why not? To make things worse for her, you insist on showing it to everyone you met. That's... Please, give it back now. And he's like, haha, you're so funny, Dolly. No, please give it back. Haha, you and this classic prank. Haha, where do you want to go on tonight's date? Let's go to the movies, but please give it back now. Haha, maybe after the movie, ask me again. Alright, movie's over. Can I have it back now? Haha, no. And then he just goes to bed. Like, what the how has this been going on for 8 months? 8 months, he just keeps saying no. What? I don't believe. No, that's a lie. Wow. Mia, are you alright? Bailiff, hurry, after him. Mia, are you alright? Yes, I think so. That boy, he went completely insane. Where's Mr. Wright? It looks like the bailiff caught him, so he should be back soon enough. Thank goodness. Oh no, my hemorrhoids. What is it? The bottle necklace, Miss Hawthorne's present. It's gone! What? That's terrible. Mr. Wright must have grabbed it when he slammed into me. Foolish boy, that's the only thing that could have saved him. What in blazes are we supposed to do now? Mr. Wright, this sort of behavior is unprecedented in the history of this court. I'm sorry. Is it? I'm afraid that your apology is not enough. Mr. Wright. Okay, now it's just kind of dumb that the judge doesn't remember him after he pulls this shit. Yeah, but it's still udgy judgy. What did you do with the bottle necklace? Unless is it like the judge is kind of like fucking like Nurse Joy and policewoman fucking Terry, whatever her fucking name is in Pokemon? Is there like fucking like 200 of him? What do you do with the bottle necklace? Forgive me. I'm sorry. It's okay. Just give back the necklace. I ate it. You what? You ate it? It was too big to swallow, so I had to chew it into little bits first. Oh, he actually, like, he didn't just swallow it, he ate it. What? Wasn't there glass? But yeah. What the? What? What is he doing now? Your Honor, you've got to stop the trial. Mr. Wright, are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? That bottle you swallowed may have had some poison left in it. It seems the defendant has proven the prosecution's case for us. Clearly, that bottle did not contain a deadly poison. How can you be so sure? I think that's obvious. As you can see, the defendant is still very much alive. Well, it was trace amount. They still have to check. This isn't proof shit. As for the poison, more like a fledgling defense attorney's overactive imagination. So it would seem. No, there must be some mistake. It took 2 teaspoons. The bottle must not have any poison left in it. Either that or the poison must have lost its potency. There. It's alright, work. Okay, she's saying it. That's good. Alright. Trusting your client is the most noble thing a defense attorney can do, and it's heartwarming to see that you place this much faith in Mr. Wright. But that... Did he just follow... That's it for... But that's how it is for us on the prosecution side, too. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. Which is why I can state that your assessment of her is completely wrong. She gave me tea just earlier. That's enough. Unfortunately, Miss Fay, I cannot accept your explanation of the events. But why? This may be impossible for a beginner like you to understand. But in a court of law, evidence is everything. Ugh. Even after I prove so much, is she going to get away with everything? Well, now that the suspicion surrounding Miss Hawthorne has been cleared up, I would like to proceed with the verdict. Mr. Wright. I'm sorry, Miss Fay. It totally slipped my mind. I'm really, really sorry. I know you believed in me, and I feel like I really let you down. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to say? There's something I forgot to tell you. What is it? That day, the day I met Doug Swallow. That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. What about the pills? I'm telling you for your sake, if you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Last night, someone stole some poison from our lab. Oh, time for break. Alright, I'll be back in 5-10 minutes. If you've been sitting the whole time, go walk around, go brush your teeth. What the fuck? Oh, I need to answer this. Oh man, was there no music? Sorry. Bad place for that. Shit. Who's the last person to thank you to? Bouncy Bob for sure. Anders Josephson, that was the last person. Thank you, Tamir the Fat, for the resub. Dark Frog Lover 69 for the new sub. Instaboner for the resub. Trini Midio for the resub. Kappa Blanca for the resub. Automata, Zargi, Axe Flyer, or Fleer. A lot of dinosaurs, nice. Taruvan Bonsai. Dastag and Earthborn92 for the resubs. Thank you so much, everybody. Poison. The same thing that happened 8 months ago. Okay, so in terms of like a tutorial kind of trial, like I find that some of this has been just a little tricky. Like there's hasn't been anything that's like super taxing, and admittedly I have to wonder if some of it is because it wants something very specific and another answer would fit, but it wants like this one and no other. But yeah, it's been it's been a little trickier than I expected for the tutorial one. Same thing happened 8 months ago. A drug sample was stolen. She came to the lab that day, at that time too. Could only have been her. That girl is a thief. Stop it. Don't talk about her like that. Is it true? Did he really say that? That's ridiculous. There's one more thing. After I pushed him that day, I got worried and came back to have a look. And she was there. Dolly was right there. She was crouched down next to him. What? Oh, she's wearing gloves! She told me not to ever tell anyone about it, but I'm sorry, Dolly. Your Honor, that is, the defendant is... Miss Faye, you tell them. Dolly didn't do it. She's innocent. So Dahlia stole poison 8 months ago too, huh? If you put that together with Mr. Wright's testimony, then there's only one possible conclusion. She's a poison thief! The defense believes that Miss Dahlia Hawthorne stole some poison on the night before she killed Doug Swallow. The night before. And actually, her motive was for stealing it was to kill someone. Miss Faye. If you're so certain of your theory, then let me ask you this. Mia, this is your last chance. Think carefully now. There's something that she desperately wanted to get back. Therefore, exactly who was Miss Dahlia Hawthorne planning to kill? Well, I mean, like, really? She was planning to kill Phoenix? Just to get the bottle back? Like that? What? He wouldn't listen to the point that she was gonna kill him to get the bottle back? Had she been like dosing him slowly over the time, but the fucking cough medicine was counteracting it? Okay, let's go for it. There was one person that was standing squarely in Miss Dahlia Hawthorne's way, and that one person was Mr. Phoenix Wright. Me? That's preposterous. After all, it was Doug Swallow that was murdered. Well, it's true that that's how things worked out, but let's remember that Mr. Swallow died of electrocution, not poison. The person that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison was, in fact, you, Phoenix Wright. There's no one else that it could be. What's with it changing between like that? I'm not sure about that. That's kind of weird. How can that be? Am I hitting the button too soon or something? But I thought Mr. Wright and Miss Hawthorne were in love. Poor Mr. Wright. This must be killing him. Hang in there. I'll bring her to justice. I swear it. As I said before, the only thing Miss Hawthorne truly cared about was the one piece of evidence linking her to that incident 8 months ago. That's right. The bottle necklace. That's all she cared about. And now Phoenix has eaten it. But even so, why? Why would she go as far as to murder him? 8 months ago, just after the fall of that attorney in the basement cafeteria, Dahlia Hawthorne could think of only one thing. Had to get rid of the bottle necklace as quickly as possible. She should have eaten it. No, it can't be. It was a pretty good move she made too. The evidence was missing for a long time. But there was just one big problem. Although she got him to hide the evidence, Mr. Wright refused to return it to her. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Did she make him the sweater as a look? I made you the sweater. Now can I have the bottle back? And he's like, thanks for the sweater. No. She just keeps escalating more and more gifts. Can I have the bottle back? No. To him, the tiny little bottle was a charity treasure. He even showed it to everyone he met. You mean that's why she tried to kill Mr. Wright? Correct, Your Honor. It was to retrieve that piece of evidence. That can't be true. Feeny, what a joke you are. Uh-oh, true form Dahlia coming up. Damn. Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? I even told you time and time again to keep your trap shut about me and that necklace. You disgust me. Miss Hawthorne, it appears that we're nearing the end of this trial. Fine, I can tell you plan on making me into a criminal no matter what I say. You are a criminal, Miss Hawthorne. We'll see about that. But first, where's your evidence? It seems your sniveling little crybaby of a client has eaten the bottle as a well, hey, old man, are you senile or something? Why don't you say something instead of sitting there with that dumb look on your face? Miss Hawthorne, what happened to you? Are you really that shocked? Or do you prefer me? This way, Mr. Judge. Damn, how do you have the butterflies in on it? With absolutely no proof, you treat a voluntary witness like she's a mass murderer. Well, I have nothing more to say. I'll be heading home now, if you don't mind. Do you have another simp over in the corner who's got, like, remote control butterflies? Bring in the butterflies. I'm in cute mode, but we're not finished. Fine. Then, uh-oh, they're going away. Then ask this nasty old hag to finish up already. I can't let her get away this time. Stop, Mia. If you keep on pushing without any evidence, you could pay the ultimate price as a lawyer. The ultimate price? You'd be forced to take off your attorney's badge forever, I'm afraid. No, I'm a lawyer. You'd better think it over carefully, Miss Fay. Or should I say, Miss Gray? I mean, got him? Like, well, Miss Fay, can you provide evidence that would establish your guilt once and for all? If I mess up here, my career as a lawyer is over. But to be honest, at this point, I don't have any evidence that's well-founded. Even so, I'd rather lose my attorney's badge than let her get away with murder. Your Honor, the defense would like to present proof. Impossible, you can't possibly. Foolish. Stupid woman. It is the opinion of the court that there has already been enough discussion. Therefore, I will allow only one piece of evidence to be presented. To just one? If you are unable to establish your guilt, then I'm afraid that a very harsh verdict will immediately be handed down on Mr. Wright. I understand, Your Honor. I can just imagine the headlines for tomorrow's paper, not from. Up-and-coming lawyer plummets to earth before she gets the chance to soar. It's gotta be the umbrella, right? She was planning to poison Mr. Wright. If that's the case, then the poison was probably in there. Well, Miss Fay, please present your evidence. Show to this court irrefutable proof that Mr. Hawthorne was planning to poison Mr. Wright. In here? Oh. Oh. Here it is, Your Honor. The evidence that will prove your guilt once and for all. Cold Killer X. Phoenix Wright's beloved cold medicine. Does our rookie defense attorney have a bit of a cold? If I did, I still wouldn't take this cold medicine. After all, it's been poisoned. Well, what? Remember what the defendant said in his testimony. But I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us. She was the one who took his bottle of Cold Killer X. Then she poisoned it, knowing that Mr. Wright was going to take some. Now you're really grasping at straws. After all, it was the victim, Doug Swallow, that was holding the medicine. I would like the court to recall the crime that happened here 8 months ago. Where did Miss Hawthorne hide the evidence? Huh? What are you talking about? 8 months ago, the poison was hidden in her bottle necklace, which she then gave to someone else for safekeeping. Oh, she did the same! Someone she had accidentally run into the reading room. In the reading room, sorry, my client, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes, that's right. She did the same thing this time as well. After shoving the victim, Mr. Phoenix Wright left the scene of the crime. That is when the murderer, Dahlia Hawthorne, appeared, but what she couldn't count on is the brittle power lines of IVU. And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for your fucking low engineering standards. Rude. With her, she was carrying the poison bottle of Cold Killer X. This, of course, was so she could carry out her plan to murder Mr. Wright. I believe she did testify that she was going to meet with the defendant. Yes, and she heard and saw everything that happened at the scene of the crime, including what the defendant and victim were arguing about, and the cut electrical cable. That's when she realized, I can't allow Doug Swallow to live. Merry Christmas. She used the severed electrical cable to silence him forever. Unfortunately for her, this is when the problem occurred. Mr. Wright, who she thought had left the scene, came back to check on the victim, and on top of that, because of the power outage, some students showed up as well. It's hardly any wonder that she was, as she put it, in a state of panic. Recall that she was carrying the bottle of poison cold medicine that, even though it's been in police custody, no one checked for poison. She must have thought, what if they searched me like they did 8 months ago? 8 months ago? Yes, she disposed of the evidence exactly the same way as she did back then. She had someone else hold it. In this case, Doug Swallow. She gave him a pill that he couldn't swallow. Oh, come on now, everyone. Surely you aren't fooled, are you? This stupid woman, she's nothing but a filthy, stinking liar. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? Huh? That's exactly right. It's just pure desperation. I wonder which one of us is the desperate one. So, Miss Hawthorne, this cold medicine, I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking some. Huh? Well, Mr. Wright ate that necklace of yours, right? Now it's your turn to prove your innocence. What do you say? If I'm just a filthy, stinking liar, then there's no need to worry. So come on, show us. I dare you to take some of this medicine right now. Oh, she dared you! Oh, pounding the gavel. Oh, can't go back on the dare. Come on, do it. Do it. Gert, Mia Fey. Do you think you've won? Well, do you, Mia Fey? This was a very big improvement. That's just fine. For the time being. Victory is yours. For the time being. Well, I have a very long memory, you know. You and I will meet again. I'm certain of it. Huh? Well then, Mr. Judge. I'll see you later too, okay? Huh? Why, yes. I'm going to spend a little quality time with the men in blue now. I wish you all the best. Oh, is she gonna come for revenge against Phoenix? Because Mia's deed. Okay. Phew. It's finally all over. She's gonna force someone to channel Mia to get her revenge. Even from beyond the grave, you can't get away from me. I refuse to accept this. The defense hasn't shown a scrap of evidence to support their outrageous claim. But even so, your witness seems to have accepted it. I don't care. I'm Winston Payne. And I don't believe one word that this rookie lawyer has said. Well then, Mr. Payne, let me ask you this. Yes? Would you care to try this cold medicine? What? Just a little earlier, I could have sworn you said. There, it's alright, rookie. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. So, if she's so trustworthy, then I'm sure there couldn't possibly be any poison in here, right? And here comes the back pedal. Come on now, rookie killer. Show this rookie how it's done. Oh man, she's feisty. How much trust do you really have for this woman? Are you willing to bet your life? Alright, I mean, I heard you were dead, so I killed myself too. Now you channel that person, I'm gonna channel this person. Let's go! Afterlife duke out in the courtroom. Oh man, he lost some hair. Mr. Payne, about Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Yes, Your Honor. I'll file papers for her immediate arrest. Tragic, but not surprising. I knew there was something suspicious about her from the very beginning. Don't lie, just admit you were wrong. By the way, Miss Faye. Yes, Your Honor? Was it just me, or did you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne seem to know each other? Your Honor, whether we did or not has no bearing on this case. Very well. Mr. Payne. This can't be happening. It's an... Oh, wait, what? I thought... Shit. Sorry, I meant to hit the court record. I thought it was, I thought Diego was her boyfriend, and that was it. It's not? They know each other from somewhere else, too? Or are they gonna explain that now? Is it anything for the same? Sorry, I just skipped over 2 lines accidentally. It can't be true. Very well, then. I believe I'm ready to pass judgment and bring this trial to an end. The court finds the defendant, Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Confetti court! Confetti court! Woo! This court is adjourned. April 11th, 3:16 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Mia, you were wonderful in there. Thank you for everything, Mr. Grossberg. During the verdict, I thought my hemorrhoids were going to explode like Mount Vesuvius. Seriously, you need to stop going around telling everyone about your hemorrhoids, bro. Mr. Grossberg, do you, maybe you could stop talking about that? That's rather rude. Anyway, this case really made me think. What does it really mean to have a relationship from mutual trust with the client? Perhaps it is we, veteran lawyers, who have lost sight of this. Oh, Mr. Wright, congratulations. Are we never gonna find out about the sweater? Thanks. You know, I was thinking, go on, the dolly that I saw up there on the witness stand. She was super hot. I don't think that was really her. What? Yeah, the dolly I know could never have said those kinds of terrible things. Maybe she was like, I don't know, a fake or something. Boy, this poor kid still hasn't got a clue. You need to forget about her, Mr. Wright, for your own sake. Yeah, you're right. It's probably for the best. Also, you need to relax a bit more. Try to grow up a little. But out of all of my friends, everyone says I'm the most grown up. Eek, what kind of company does this guy keep? Fucking Zoomers. Right now, I'm studying to become a lawyer myself. That's what you keep saying. But I thought you were in the art department. Well, yeah, I am. But there's a friend that I desperately want to help. And if I hurry, then I should still be able to save him in time. I see. Same as Faye. A lawyer is someone who can help people when they're in trouble, right? Mr. Wright, I'm still new at this myself. But I think that's exactly what a lawyer is. Okay, I'm going to do it. I'll study my butt off. I'll become a lawyer for sure. I hope we see each other again someday. Maybe even in court. It's been 5 years since I was acquitted of all charges, and I still haven't pooped out the glass. I became a lawyer like I planned and managed to save my friend, but Mia has passed on to a better place. For me, this trial brings up a lot of painful memories, but it also brings up some very precious ones. and memories that I thought would never rise to the surface again. Mia is gone now, but even so, I can hear her in my mind. Phoenix! No matter what, always believe in your client. In a court of law, your greatest weapon is your belief. 5 long years. Something has happened that's made me think back to her words of wisdom, but that is a story for another day. I was willing to turn about memories at the end. Alright, so I think that was the best intro case. I think it was also the longest one, wasn't it? But it had some complete fucking batshit part. Who the fuck is this person? What fucking Geordie LaForge Geralt motherfucker? What? Alright. A brand new episode has been added. Anyway, there was some bullshit in that, but let's just move on. Like, what is going on in the background here? The moon. Is this a prosthetic or like this looks like a show to me? Like, there's Mia and Pearl, or Maya and Pearl, sorry. The time is now 1 a.m. Beep, beep, beep. All right. Detective, we made it. Phew, what a relief. Glad the jewel is still safe. Oh, you said it, pal. It must have been our rock-solid security that scared him off. Would you mind opening the safe just to double-check? And inside, there's a dead body. Oh my god. 1-1. We've been had. Mask the mask. Salutations. Steal your heart. Out front, guards. Better luck next time, gentlemen. Do. Excuse me, but I'm afraid I must be leaving now. Does he live on the moon? We shall meet again when the next moon is full. The full moon thief. October 11th, 3:24 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Hey Nick, get a load of this. Hey, are you listening to me? You can clean the toilet later. This is important. Did not miss you, Maya. What are you freaking out about now? Hee hee. Like a million times better than Paimon, though. Today will be the last time you talk to me that way. Huh? Are you leaving? We're about to hit the big time. Big time? And what do you mean by we? You don't mean you and me are... Ha! Don't be silly. I'm talking about me and Pearly, of course. Hello, it's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Nick. Pearls, you haven't changed a bit. Wait, what are you doing here anyway? Hee, haven't you heard, Mr. Nick? Here, take a look at this. What's this? Some kind of poster? Treasure Exposition, the Sacred Urn, Curain Village. Isn't Curain Village where they're from? Oh, that's the urn! Okay, Curain Village, isn't that... Fucking me and Nick, man. That's right, it's our hometown, Pearly and mine, that is. What's this about treasures from the boonies? Ha, very funny. You can laugh all you want. But you'll be singing another tune tonight. Tonight? What about tonight? The Treasures of Curain exhibit doesn't actually start until next week, but the promoter sent us some special VIP entry passes. That's why I dressed up extra special today. What do you think, Nick? You look exactly the same as you always do. Same Maya, different day. This young lady here is Maya Fey, the younger sister of Mia Fey, my friend and mentor. I first met her 2 years ago. I was working on the case surrounding Mia's death, and ever since then, I've been the one who's been keeping this law office afloat from behind the scenes. Actually, that's just a cover for her true identity. In reality, she's a spirit medium and a bit of a shady character. Hey, who are you calling shady? And this little girl is Pearl Fey, but I usually call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin and a spirit medium in training herself. I know I'm a bit young, but I want to help in any way I can, Mr. Nick. Curian Village is the home of the mysterious Curian channeling technique, and Maya here is the daughter of the Curian School of Channeling's master. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's no joke. I've seen her power with my own eyes. It's the real thing, alright. Earth to Nick, how long are you going to make two gorgeous women like us wait? Yes, Mr. Nick, I can't wait any longer. I want to see the exhibit. Besides, looks like I don't get a choice here. Might as well head on out. Treasure exhibit poster added to the court record. Why is that important? Alright, something gonna get stolen while we're there? Are we going to be involved in it again? October 11, 7:18 p.m. Lordly Taylor, main exhibit hall. Lordly Taylor? Lordly Taylor, the city's fanciest and most expensive department store. Treasure exhibit, huh? I have to admit, I'm pretty impressed. Oh no. Wow, this is awesome. Yeah, you can make even the cheapest junk look great. It all depends on how you display it. Oh, they even have the dusty old hanging scroll that was in the Fay Manor storeroom. Oh yeah, I remember scribbling on it when I was a little girl. On a family heirloom? Say, Nick, the person in charge of this exhibition is waiting for us in the basement warehouse. Alright, I guess we should go and say hello. Oh, Mystic Maya, look, I can't believe it. It's so cute. It's a little diorama of Curian Village. It's pretty cool. I like dioramas. Yeah, look at that. But somehow it seems to reek of dreariness. Oh, Mystic Maya, it's your house. It even says Fay Manor on it. Yikes, you're right. I kind of want to add the famous in front of it. Yeah, famous. Don't do it, Maya. They might get mad. I think I remember this old folding screen here. I'm pretty sure it was an important piece of evidence in that murder case that happened in Curian Village. This folding screen is the greatest of all the spirit channeling secrets. The 6-leaf Curian sacred writings folding screen. If it's so secret, why is it the most prominent thing in the exhibit? It's only a model. What's with this big cushion? It's just lying around with nothing on it. Well, it must be for the greatest treasure of all. Greatest treasure? Is there something like that? Huh? Why? Of course there is. Right, Pearly? Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll bet it would be really, it would really take your breath away. Piece of cloth with a ton of finely written characters jammed onto it. Probably esoteric knowledge only mediums would know. Let's see. Here's the title in English. 108 Ways to Save Money. I'm pretty sure the number has gone up since the last time I saw it. Well, we're always looking for new ways, you know. Being a medium sounds like a rough way of life. October 11th, Lordly Taylor, basement warehouse. This looks like the, This looks like the parking garage from 1.5. What? God damn. Whoa. Yeah, this is a basement warehouse, alright. This place is scary. I feel like a monster could jump out at any time. Don't be scared, Pearly. I'll protect you. Oh, Mr. Wright. Eek! Eek, a monster, you were right. Huh? A monster? Cha-cha, real smooth. Good evening, it's good to see you again. From the last one in case 2, right? She was wearing blue. She kind of looked like Samus. I know you. Haha, nice to see you again too, little miss. Ah, hello. Is she a friend of yours, Nick? And how do you know her, Pearly? Nice to meet you. I'm Adrian Andrews. I'm in charge of the promotion and planning for this treasure exhibit. I'm also responsible for the security arrangements. Oh, nice to meet you. Adrian sure has changed since we last met. So this is the warehouse. The really valuable exhibit items are still stored away in here. Okay. Cha-cha, real smooth. Slide to the right. Yeah, this is very similar. I don't think it's exactly the same though. Like maybe they like I don't know enough about like art, digital art to know how they would have done that, but like same kind of template or something? I don't know. Maybe it's just this. Maybe it's just this. Maybe it's nothing. Looks like a part of a big signboard. All I can read on it is the burr. Aha, I've got it. Maybe it's supposed to say hamburger. Why would anyone write hamburger that big? Because they want to advertise hamburgers. Maybe for the World Hamburger Festival or something. I kind of doubt it. I think she's right. I've got it. Maybe it said spaghetti. Why were you talking about food? Oh wait, that's normal for you. Anyway, it says burr. There's no way it could say spaghetti. Well, maybe it was a typo. It might have said spaghetti festival. What do you think? Okay, to me, besides, spaghetti is the only thing more tangled than your reasoning. That was an exchange. This computer, it looks like it's hooked up to the security camera above. And that means what? The camera is set up to take a photo of anyone that goes in or out of the storeroom. Then the data from the camera gets uploaded to this computer here. That's what I see. That's some pretty high-tech stuff. It's a security camera. It's trained on the warehouse door. It's set up to take a picture of anyone that enters or exits the door. As long as it's turned on by fucking Wendy Oldbag, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, they say. Mr. Nick, what's that big door over there? It looks like it's the door to the actual storeroom. I can see lots of big boxes and stuff back there. Really? Let's go in. I want to take a look. Oh, I'm sorry. Unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in there. Did you hear that, Nick? We're unauthorized personnel. Ooh, why are you telling me that? Unauthorized. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick. Excuse me? Right. What? Why do I feel like we've had this exact same conversation before somewhere? Yeah, okay. It really has been a long time, hasn't it, Mr. Wright? Nick, what's going on? Who is this one? How long has it been? Why are you freaking out on me? It couldn't have been that long. What? I just thought it'd be more dramatic if I got all worked up, that's all. Mystic Maya, you should let... Actually, we can find out. She's 19... Wasn't she 18 before? So it's been at least a year since the beginning of whatchamacallit, of Ace Attorney 2. So it's been a year since the end of the second one, maybe? Or 6 months? Mystic Maya, you shouldn't let him off the hook so easily. Please, Maya, don't say anything that'll needle pearls further. She could be almost 20, though. It could be, like, just because she's 19, she could be, much closer to 20. So it could have been even longer. Mr. Wright was there for me when I really needed help. It was something that happened 7 months ago. Oh, there we go! Fucking waste of time. You remember, don't you? The Nickel Samurai case. Not really. I was stuck in a dark wine cellar. Did that escape your memory, Nick? Yeah, it was the best case. After that, I quit being a manager and started this job. Wow, that's tough. I'm sorry, Miss Andrews, if it wasn't for us. No, don't say that. I'm glad the whole thing happened, and I was pretty much almost forced into suicide, badgered by your prosecutor, who just lay into me for my mental issues on the stand, and everyone was like, yeah, this is fine. Thanks to you and everyone else that was involved, I was able to change my whole life. I just needed a stern talking to. That's what you do with mentally ill people. I really am grateful. Phew, that's a relief. Lordly Taylor, I'm really impressed, Miss Andrews. Handling a huge expedition like this must be very tiring. Well, Lordly Taylor is celebrating their 200th anniversary this year. The works on display in the main exhibition hall, are worthy of the finest museums. Woohoo, did you hear that, Pearly? The finest museums. Yes, I did. That's really wonderful. So this basement warehouse is pretty well protected, huh? Of course it is. After all, there are some priceless treasures here. The security guards are all very highly trained as well. That sounds good. So what is with that face she's making? Oh, okay. I'm a lawyer. I owe a great deal of thanks to that badge. It's the only reason that I'm still here today. Oh, come on now, that's not true. I think what Nick means to say is, it wasn't thanks to the badge, it was thanks to me. Tell the truth, Nick, I know that's what you were thinking. No way, Maya. When does Maya die? Alright, poster. I wanted to do something nice for you and your friends, Mr. Wright. So that's why you arranged this exhibit? I knew that Korean Village was the hometown of your assistant, Maya. I thought it would be great to let the rest of the world know about it too. But that's not exactly thanking me per se, is it? Maybe, who'd want to see an exhibit on the treasures of Phoenix Wright? I guess I can't argue with that one. Sorry, can be ignored. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, so what are we looking at now? Back. We have nothing more to talk to you about. Let's cha-cha real smooth. And I guess we're supposed to inspect the statue. Organi? It says organi. No, it doesn't, Nick. It says organize. You just can't see the last two letters. Yeah, well, I guess no one else could read it either, because this place is a mess. Yeah, you must feel right at home, huh? That's why the order is there to organize. Why is the A off to the side there? Mystic Maya, take a look. Is that some fucking Danganronpa blood behind it? Mystic Maya, take a look next to the door. That's Mystic Ami, right? Amy? Ami? Yes, that's a statue of the woman who invented the Korean channeling technique, Amy Faye. The statue is on loan from one of the training halls of the Faye family branch. In fact, it just arrived this morning. Amy Faye's... Ami or Amy? I'm gonna go with Amy. That's where I naturally go, but it might be Ami. Amy Faye's golden statue added to the court record. A statue of the founder of the Korean channeling technique is holding the Suishishido? Shido? Suishishido? I can't. I'm sorry. What's that creepy looking thing she's holding? Don't ask me. How should I know? Well, you are the future master, right? Maybe so, but this is the first time I've ever seen this statue. It's a fake. That thing is the Korean sword. It's a ceremonial sword. It's not a real weapon, so the blade isn't sharp. Aw. Pooey. Fooey? Pooey? Pooey? Fooey? I wanted to cut something. What are you eyeing me for? Oh look, it's already 8. Have you all eaten yet? Well actually, I've already made a reservation at the restaurant on the 12th floor. Why don't we all dine together? Oh, I like the sound of that. Dine. It sounds so fancy. I'll have the kids' lunch. How did you know we were all going to be there? Shimano strikes again. Ha ha ha. Pearly, it's dinner, not lunch. Why don't you go for it and really eat your fill with a kid's dinner? Okay, in that case, one kid's dinner for me. Seriously, what's the purple? Haha, shall we head upstairs then? No, I want to see the purple. Okay, we can't. After that pleasant evening, all that remained was to wait for the exhibition's opening. It was wonderful seeing Miss Andrews looking so happy. None of us could have imagined that she'd soon be dead. That the very next day, something terrible would happen. October 12, 10:09. Nick, this is terrible. What the? You're cleaning the toilet again. I never knew you were such a toilet freak. Give me a break, would you? My brain just hit the snooze button for the 5th time. I'm going to turn on the TV. We've got an update on the recent treasure heist. Based on clues found at the scene of the crime, authorities have announced that they believe it was the work of the renowned phantom thief. Whoa! Mask to mask. Alright, best trial. Good job, Waffles. Mask the mask. According to the spokesperson, Lord Lee Taylor received a threat letter some days ago. This is the 5th heist by this phantom thief who only targets rare treasures. Lord Lee Taylor? Metal Gear? Well, Nick, what are you going to do? Don't you dare go back to scrubbing the toilet. Treasure, Lord Lee Taylor, you don't think. Yes, now get up, Nick. It was stolen by Mask the Mask. Our most valuable treasure. The Korean sacred urn was stolen. What? Who gives a shit? Sacred urn. Refresh my memory a little. What's this sacred urn? It's only the most important treasure in Crane Village that pearls broke and then super glued back together and no one noticed. That's all. Look, it's right there on this poster. Actually, did she break it or did someone else break it? I can't remember. Don't you remember what's inside? The urn contains a very important soul, namely the soul of Mystic Ami Faye, the founder of the Crane channeling technique. Right, Pearly? Yes, that's right. Not anymore, though. Hold up. I thought that urn had the name Amy written on it. Now it says I am. Any idea how that happened, Pearly? Huh? Well... Teehee, there are some things best left unsolved, wouldn't you say, Mr. Nick? Yeah. That's right. 1 year ago, there was a murder in Crane Village, Maya's hometown. The sacred urn. It turned out to be an important clue in that case. Sacred urn added to the court record. God damn it. One of the treasures of Crane Village supposedly priceless. It looks like a plain old pot. What to do? Okay, the toilet is shinier than the judge's head, so let's see what's next. Nah, nothing is shinier than the judge's head. What's wrong with you, Nick? What do you mean? What do you mean, what do I mean? Mr. Nick? Your beloved Mystic Maya's treasure has been stolen. Doesn't that even bother you? Nope, but I thought the urn was the village's treasure, so I don't see how. The village is Mystic Maya. She's the future master of the Crane School of Channeling. You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Nick. I won't let you say you don't. Okay, I do. So what am I supposed to do about it? Isn't it obvious? Go and find the bad guy who did this. Yeah. And get the sacred urn back. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not a detective. I'm a lawyer. Nothing to do with this. If you're a real gentleman, you would find it for your beloved Mystic Maya. Man, oh man. There's no winning against Pearls' fairy tale image of love. So what's the name of this bad guy again? Mask the Mask, Nick. Make a note of it. Mask the Mask. Last year's incident. It was terrible. I was arrested and everything. One year ago, the murder in Crane Village. We just did this. A man was killed during one of... Okay, this is fine. During one of Maya's spirit channelings. And this urn wound up being the key piece of evidence that proved her innocence. Mr. Nick? Would you mind not telling Mystic Maya about that? You promised, remember? You said you wouldn't tell anyone I broke the urn. Well, now she knows. Oh yeah, that's right. Now I remember. This urn used to say Amy on it. If you seek... Aww. Until Pearls accidentally broke it into a million pieces. She tried to secretly fix it. Let's just say it didn't work out so well. Sorry, I'm not so good at arts and crafts, spelling either. Anyway, this is how her gluing project turned out. It's like that I think it was a fresco, that fresco of Jesus that someone in that village fucking tried to fix. I will never not just howl laughing whenever I see that. I need to go look at that now. It's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Apparently the story, it isn't that bad. Like what the story that was originally released was that she was just some like, they tried to paint it that she was just like a churchgoer and she just like took it upon herself to fix it. Like, that's not what happened at all. It's not that that bad, but like, god damn. Oh, it's so funny. Anyway, she put the pieces together wrong and now instead of Amy it says I am. I can't believe no one's noticed this until now, a whole year later. I can't believe it myself. Alright, can we go now? Where are we going? Main exhibition hall. October 12th. Sorry, baby's upset. Lordly Taylor at main exhibition hall. Right, let's see if we can find some clues that might lead us to the bad guy. But it doesn't look like anything has been disturbed. Yeah, it looks pretty much the same as it did last night. Bad guy, huh? Hey, you can't poke around here, pal. Wait a minute, that voice. Oh no, not him again. It's you, and I'm the one who should be saying not again. Why is it that every time something bad happens, you always show up, pal? I should be asking you that. Aren't there any other detectives? No, I should be asking you that. What are you doing hanging around here? Hey, I asked you first. Why are you here? Alright, we got it. Why don't you two kiss and make up already? Where's Chadworth? Hello. It's been a long time, Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh, it's you, little missy. Actually, my name is Gumshoe, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Now is a good chance for you to try to remember it right. And if it's too long for you, you can just call him Dick. Okay, it's good to see you again, Mr. Detective Dick. Yeah, good to see you again too, I guess. Awesome. Mr. Detective Dick, can you tell us about what happens? Oh, that's a thing now! Alright, cool. Oh, you're trying to remember my name, atta girl. It's Gumshoe, okay? Anyway, the thief stole something called the Sacred Urn. I know about that. Oh, well, the criminal's name is Mask the Mask. I know about that too. Detective, can't you tell us something other than that? No, well, I guess I sorta kinda owe you guys in a way. The crime occurred last night at around 1:30 in the morning. How exactly do you know that? I got an emergency phone call from a guard at the scene of the crime, pal. He said, the urn was just stolen. The scene of the crime? You mean here, right? Wrong. That urn was being kept under careful guard in the basement warehouse. Basement warehouse, huh? Metal Gear. So who was guarding the basement warehouse? That guy, it's all his fault that the thief got away, pal. He solves one case and gets a swelled head thinking that he's an ace detective. Ace detective? Ace detective? Hey, Detective Gumshoe, about this Mask the Mask. Is he famous? What? You're joking, right, Nick? Mask the Mask is the hottest thing since sliced bread. Sometimes he appears as a museum guard. Sometimes he appears as a big brown bear known to surprise unsuspecting victims. He was in the hotel last case, Nick, and we never even knew. He was there the whole time. But underneath those disguises is the true Mask the Mask. So he's some kind of master of disguise, huh? And he only goes after the finest works of art, pal. Last night was his 5th heist. If Lord Lee Taylor had only cooperated, I could have caught him this time. What? Then you knew he was planning on stealing the Sacred Urn? Of course I did. The guy always sends his calling card before he steals something. Calling card, huh? They mentioned that on TV. So this is, like, where did, like, what? Like, calling card, Phantom Thief again? Like, so this is drawing on, like, the shared inspiration that I just don't know about, I'm guessing? Because I'm an ignorant fuck? Alright, so what do you call him? So, why do you call him an ace detective anyway? That's what he calls himself, pal. I didn't make it up. So what's he like? Well, like I told you, Mask the Mask has made 5 heists so far. On the 4th heist, Mr. Ace Detective managed to get the stolen treasure back. Wow, that is impressive. All by himself? Yeah, I gotta admit it, pal. Maybe he really is as good as he says. Every time the thief sends one of his calling cards, we send our men on a stake out. But none of us has ever gotten so much as a glimpse of the guy. But Mr. Ace Detective was able to receive the stolen treasure from the street. Was it Chadworth? Anyway, he's at the scene of the crime right now. Chadworth's here looking for clues. So he's down in the basement warehouse, huh? Now, you would say if it was Chadworth. So what's this calling card? Here it is. But don't show it to anyone. It's top secret, okay, pal? What's this mark on the front? I hope it plays music. That's Mask the Mask's signature emblem, pal. You could say it's mark. It kind of looks like the masks that follow you around in Super Mario Bros. 2. And something else as well. All of his calling cards have got it on them. They didn't mention that on the newsflash. We're withholding that detail from the public for operational reasons. The only way we can tell if a calling card is real or not is by this emblem. Calling card added to the court record. That makes sense. Excuse me, when you get famous, there are always imitators. Mr. Nick, if you work a little harder, maybe you can have your own copycat someday. Thanks, I guess. I'm a lawyer. Here, take a look at my attorney's badge. Are you still showing that cheap little thing off? A real man keeps his mouth shut and carries a suave police badge, pal. Alright, What about the urn? To be honest, pal, there's something that bugs me. What's that? All the other items that were stolen by Master Mask were ones even I had heard of. They were all world-famous treasures. The Tear of Emanon, or Crown of Bongora. The secret urn of Crane is famous too, right, Pearly? Of course, everyone in Crane Village knows about it. Sounds like we've got an unpredictable thief on our hands. Oh, the sword got bent! What was it used to open? This? Is that the purple? Lordly Taylor Basement Warehouse. No matter how many times we come here, this place always gives me the chills. It's our second time! That's probably because it's air conditioned to protect the art pieces, you know? Oh, okay. Welcome to my private little banquet of chaos. Huh? What the heck does that mean? Oh. What? I'm afraid I have very little to offer, but please make yourself at home. Who are you anyway? Shh, silence. Hee. Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What do you see? Zavari. The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. A lawyer and a spirit medium, neither very advanced to their trade. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? She came down in a bubble, Doug Swallow. Yikes, that's scary. How did you know that? Is this Master Mask? How you say the universal skeptic would say that how is nothing but a question of why. I'm a traveler of both time and space and a swimmer of dreams. What is he talking about? I can't make heads or tails of it. Without further ado, let me fulfill what it should be the first duty of any gentleman, and introduce myself. The name is At-Me. Luke At-Me. Look at me? Luke at me? Well, wearing a mask is the opposite of look at me, right? Ace Detective. Oh, hi. Don't let him intimidate you, Nick. Stand up and show him what you're made of. I'm a lawyer, the name's Wright, Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. I'm Maya Fey, Ace Spirit Medium. And I'm, Pearl Fey. I'm Mystic Maya's cousin, and, Spirit Medium Ace Apprentice. Excellent. Well then, shall we begin our little game? Game. Why does the phrase one short of a baker's dozen come to mind with this guy? I'm a lawyer. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful, but I have no interest save that of finding evidence against my arch rival. Nah, it's okay. Nick is just a bit of a piddling evidence hog. That's his defense style. A piddling evidence hog? What, you say? In that case, I'd simply be wasting my breath. Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks, Maya. Why couldn't you have said I was a rival and not a piddling evidence hog? Ace Detective. So, are you really as famous as you say? Of course, for a lawyer, you have a rather shocking lack of knowledge about the world. I had no idea anyone was left in this city that had not heard of me. Look at me. I am Master Mask's arch enemy, the Ace Detective. Look at me. This is feeling like the Steel Samurai TV show. At this moment, there are two mighty figures which loom large over this grand city. One embodies the nefarious forces of darkness, the other, the angelic cherubs of light. Oh, who's who? Boy, now I'm really lost. What is he saying, Nick? I've been personally on the heels of this villain since his first crime. After learning this criminal's patterns, I thwarted his very latest lonesome larceny. You fucking talk like Captain Turbot from fucking Paw Patrol. I even returned the target of his tyranny, the portrait of Megina, to the crime scene. And I did it all by myself. I took it back from Mask to Mask. Yeah, because you steal it and then you give it back. With my brawny mind and my brilliant muscles. Yeah, they mentioned it on the news in the Great People Around Town segment. They said that the museum gave you an incredible jewel as a reward. Well, compared to the treasure that I retrieved for them, it's not much. So in the end, the only thing that makes you great is your own self-praise. Mask to Mask. Oh, tell us what you know about Mask to Mask, and keep it simple, please. Like about how I have devoted my life to thwarting his dastardly deeds. Last night, here in the bowels of the store, we were locked in a most glorious battle. I see, huh? Hang on a second. You were here last night? Here in Lordly Taylor? Naturally, wherever the mask goes, you will find at me laying his elegant traps. Elegant traps? More like the mask out-eleganced you and made a beautiful getaway. But this time I allowed him to escape with the illusion of victory. I wonder if I should ask him about what happened last night in more detail. Let's do that. Can you tell us exactly what happened here last night? But of course, after all, I always say there should be no secrets between aces. Flattery will get you nowhere, Pinocchio. Whoa! I first received a request for my services 20 days ago, and it was 10 days ago that we received the Mask's calling card. Huh? You were hired before the calling card even arrived? Yes, you see, the person who hired me is quite rigorous and thorough. That's Adrian for you. A mere 10 days after hiring me, her worst premonitions were realized. A calling card arrived, right? Yes, so ace detective that I am, I set a trap for the thief right in the warehouse. And waited for him, alone. And you still fucked it up, alone, but why? Why didn't you go to the police for help? Ridiculous. Why would I seek help from such a singularly useless group of nincompoops? Useless? You've got a lot of nerve, after all. It was you that let the mask get away. I always operate alone and concealed, out of the sight of others. Concealed? Precisely. Even the guards on duty here were unaware of my presence. I even overheard your conversation yesterday. To fool your enemies, first you must fool your friends. It's my own original proverb. Anyway, that's what happened last night. As I was saying, I hid here in the warehouse and waited for the thief to arrive. What? But I swear to you, not a solitary soul came through that entrance. Nevertheless, the sacred urn disappeared. But that's impossible. How could it just disappear? How, you ask? Don't be ridiculous, Sir Lawyer. If I knew the answer to that question, I wouldn't be here. I thought you said you gave him the illusion of victory for someone who seriously messed up his own stakeout. Yeah, he's rather full of himself. Was it ever in there to begin with? So you're saying that even though on... No, it's just a typo. No one came through those doors last night. Our precious urn still somehow vanished from under your nose. That's just not possible. Tisk, Sir Lawyer, please refrain from such... excuse me, crude behavior, huh? What do you mean? This criminal is an artist. The crime scene is the canvas upon which he paints. Only I, Ace Detective Atme, have an eye which is educated enough to read the signs. Could you translate that for me, Nick? I think you pretty much said, don't touch anything, amateurs. If there's something you're the amateur you wish to know about, you have but to ask Atme. I know everything there is to know about my rival, Mask to Mask. What do I do now? Does he have any top secret information, stuff that only a real crime buff would know? I'll think about what to ask while I listen to what Mr. Ace Detective has to say. We can't look at anything, really? Even this? Okay, this is kind of bullshit. Hi. No, we can't. Huh? Test solar, please remember the behavior. Yeah. Okay, it looks like there's nothing else to look at. Alright, there's nothing else for him to say. So let's just present everything to him and see what happens. I'm a lawyer. I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful. Yeah, you already did this. Do not fear, young lady. I promise I shall retrieve your urn. Thank you, Detective Atme. I'm counting on you. The final round between Detective Luke Atme and Mask to Mask is set to begin. Still, there's something funny about this guy. Yeah, but don't forget he managed to retrieve the treasure from the last heist. Yes, even I have a video that details my role in the whole affair. Can we watch it? I recorded it directly from the news on TV. Can I interest you in a copy? Yes. No thanks. I want to see it. I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful. Okay, so that's... Do not fear. Okay, same thing. Mask the Mask calling card. It's got his emblem printed on it, right? Quite impressive, but I would expect nothing less from my arch rival. I'm surprised to see you in possession of such a top secret piece of information. Well, we've got an ace lawyer, an ace spirit medium, and an ace cousin apprentice here. Yes, indeed. I think I could learn to like you, my fellow ace professionals. I don't know if I really want this guy to like us, ever. Well, Sir Lawyer. I've been told that you two are pursuing the mysterious thief. Well, I'm not sure I would... Whatever, that's right. We're going to find the sacred urn no matter what we have to do. Okay, so is there no murder this one? Like, is there going to be like a thief on trial? Like, what's going on? Is someone going to die right before the courtroom thing? Excellent. I will trust you. I permit you to take a look around while I investigate elsewhere. Like, we have to have someone to defend, right? Or are they breaking convention for this one? If perchance you should discover something of value, return then to my office. My Office of Earthly Delights, the At-Me Detective Agency. Office of Earthly Delights. Well then, Sir Lawyer, if you'll excuse me, I have much to do. My curfew approaches. Alright, now can I look at everything? Wait a minute. He's gone. I don't like the idea of doing this guy's work for him. Come on, Nick. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Let's hurry up and investigate before he changes his mind. I want to go to his office too. Take me with you, okay? Security camera is trained on the big door in the storeroom instead of take a photo of anyone that goes in or out. A security camera? Yeah, go stand in front of the door and it'll snap your photo too, Pearly. Mystic Maya, do you think I should smile? Nah, it's for criminals, so I think you should make a really scary face. Like this. Hey Pearly, do you know what this is? It's a computer. A computer? Oh, I've heard of those. It has such a cute name. It looks like this computer is for storing the data from the security camera. When someone comes in or out of the warehouse, the camera takes a photo of them. It's probably the trap that the detective set up. Let's see if we can find last night's data on this thing. We might even find a photo of the mask. Let's see here, man, I really stink at working these things. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? You're sweating an awful lot. I don't know how to pull up the photos. I had no idea you were so pathetic with high-tech stuff, Nick. Yeah, well, I managed to print out the camera data anyway. I guess you have to learn to crawl before you can walk, right, Nick? Yeah, sure. Anyway, it looks like the camera only went off once last night. Camera data added to the court record. 1 a.m. Why purple? The pathetic-looking wooden box. Ah, that's the box that had the sacred urn in it. Don't touch it. There may be clues to the thief's identity on there. Grr, I worked so hard to make that box. Huh? You made that poor excuse for a box, Maya? What's that supposed to mean? That urn has always been on its stand in the winding way of Fey Manor, so there was no box suitable for it, Mr. Nick. And I was so proud of it. Sniffle, sniffle. Poor Maya. Maybe it'd been better if Mask the Mask had taken the box too. The box looks fine. What's the... Wow, this is awesome. What did Miss Andrews say it was called again? Shito. It's literally 7-branch sword in Japanese, or so says Miss Andrews. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, it's pretty heavy. One hit 7 times the fun. Pretty catchy, huh? I bet it's so like hotcakes. Something about it that bothers me. Wow, you're really firing on all cylinders today, Pearly. The sword. Wasn't Mystic Amy holding it last night? Ah. And another thing, the sword wasn't bent last night, like it is now. You're right. Awesome, Pearly. I wouldn't expect any less from my little ace apprentice. The sword is bent, so that must mean last night someone used it somehow. Aha, I just thought of something. Maybe Detective At-Me smashed Mask the Mask with it. Like this. Youch. What the fuck? What do you think, Pearly? I think it's even more bent than it was before. Oh man, my head, my hair. Sword added to the court record. Mr. Mr. Nick, what's that big door over there? It looks like it's the door to the actual storeroom. I can see lots of big boxes and stuff back there. I guess that's where they were keeping the sacred urn. Remember, Maya, Miss Andrews said we're not allowed in there. Look what you did, Nick. You spilled paint over here. I didn't do that. Well, it wasn't here last night. I would have noticed the color this outrageous. It actually was, though. It was! But this paint has already dried up. Well then, you should have cleaned it up before it dried, Nick. Alright, so that looks like the box was in it, and that's how it was there. How the paint got on the box. Paint doesn't dry that fast. Besides, I told you it wasn't me. It looks like it's been several days since it was spilled. Hey, look at this. What is it? There's some kind of shape left in the bottom left side of this stain. Huh? You're right. I wonder what it can be. This statue of Mystic Amy is so cool. I want a gold statue of myself. We could put it in the office. Hey, it's Wright & Co. How about a gold statue of me? Mr. Nick, I'm sorry, but I know something strange. Huh? What is it, Pearls? The statue of Mystic Amy. Was this where it was last night? Ah, no. I'm pretty sure it was closer to the door. Yeah, I think you're right. Great job, Pearly. I wouldn't expect anything less from my ace cousin. So the statue was moved on the night of the crime. Amy Faye's golden statue updated in the court record. Okay, is that it? Is that everything? Looks like it. I'm guessing that we have to go and speak to Adrian now. It's me, D-Killer. Hey, Nick, your cell phone's ringing. Beep. Hello, Phoenix, right here. Oh, ho, 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 ho. It's me, Gumshoe. Gumshoe? What is it? What's so funny? I'll tell you what's funny, pal. I finally beat him. I beat Mr. Ace Detective. Finally. Why did it move? This underdog is the alpha dog today. That stuck-up detective's met his match. Yep, I finally caught him. Lock, stock, and barrel. There's no escape for him. You caught him? Are you saying you captured Mask the Mask? Bingo. Well, actually, he surrendered, but I still got him. Mask the Mask surrendered. That's great. So when can we come and pick up the sacred urn? Well, you see, I was gonna tell you. What? Something wrong? Do you think you could swing by the detention center sometime? Has he turned himself in because it wasn't him? It's like, no, it wasn't me. I did the other ones, but I didn't do this one. The detention center. He wants to talk to you. Mask to mask, that is. What? He wants to talk to Nick. I'll be waiting for you, pal, in my swimsuit. So get over here soon. Beep. The detention center, huh? Do we have to go to the law office first? Oh, they didn't fix that. That's great. October 12th, detention center, visitor's room. Hey, pal. Welcome. Okay, Pickle Nigito voice is hurting my throat, so I'm just gonna speak his lines normally. Sorry. Welcome to the detention center. You're sure in a happy mood, aren't you? Yep. After all, we just caught Mask to Mask, right? But so where's the sacred urn? Oh, sorry about that, pal. I guess I didn't really think about it before. But you're the victim in this case, huh? Well, I guess I should let you guys hear the story straight from the horse's mouth. Or the mask's mouth. Does he still have the mask on? You know, he's right, Nick. He is. My conditions were I wouldn't have to take off the mask. If you think about it real hard, we are the victims. Well, I guess so, in a way. I'm so used to thinking of the victim as a dead person because we're always on murder cases. Excuse me. But anyway, I have to get the sacred urn back. Please, don't just ignore me. Oh, okay. What? Who are you? I'm Mask the Mask? Okay. Hey Nick, doesn't he look kind of, well, gangly? I'm Rondelight. Rondelight? I I feel like there's a pun there that I'm not getting. The famous Mask the Mask. I don't think this guy could punch his way out of a wet paper bag. This guard monitors the visitor's room. He looks nervous being this close to an alleged thief. So you're the Mask guy. Yes, you bet. No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. You see, it's complicated. Sort of yes and sort of no. If you know what I... What? Why did it go gray? If you know what I mean. What's wrong? Well, when I say wrong, what I really need to say is that it's not right, per se. You see, it's not spelled Mask the Mask. It's actually... What? Mask the Mask. Correcchio! And not show you my seesaw trick? What's this with this guy? Well, he's a timid little weakling, you know that much. Don't do that. Don't look at me like that. I don't need your pity. Dark Soul Light. And a major crybaby, too. So, why did you give yourself up? Well, you see, it's because, well... I know why. It's because you stole such a priceless treasure. And now you're overwhelmed with guilt. Am I right? Priceless treasure. That broken old urn? I have a little favor to ask. Yes, what is it? Could you go and talk to Desi? Desi? Look, we really want our urn back, so where is it? I'm sorry, I'll give it back. I really will. Or, well, maybe not. No, I can't. I can't make promises I can't keep. I'll just end up hurting people. Mr. Nick? I couldn't hear what you just said, especially that last part. Okay, so the gray is him whispering? Mr. Damask, do you think you could speak up a little? Yes, sir, I will. I promise. Or maybe not. This guy's weird. You see, I'm already speaking in my normal voice, so I really can't do anything. Mr. Damask, about the urn. Oh, yes, the urn. Right away. Or, actually, no. I wouldn't mind telling you, but actually, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me anyway. Enough already. Just tell it to us straight. Please don't yell at me. Alright, this is not what I expected at all. Cool. Huff, huff, huff. I'm sorry. That urn, I lost it. What? Lost it? What did you just say? Did you say you lost it? Yes. No. Maybe so. I mean, yes, I lost it. I just lost. What do you mean? Well, you know, I lost it. Like I said, these things just happen. You're on the train, and you get distracted, and you forget your bag, you know? And then you just lose the sacred urn. What? You forgot our sacred urn on a train? Wait a minute. You weren't on the train dressed like that. No, I was just speaking hypothetically, that's all. Anyway. I'm sorry. I just lost it somewhere. What's the hair? I don't know where. This guy's story is more surreal than a Dolly painting. Nah, are you really sure that this creep is Mask the Mask? Maya, don't call him a creep. Although I do have to admit, I understand your doubts about this guy. So who is this Desi person? Please don't talk about my wife like that. I guess she must be his wife. Huff, huff, huff. I'm sorry, the truth is, it was my wife that told me to have you all come here. Do you think you could go and visit her at my hideout? Hideout? Mr. Nick, what does he mean by hideout? Oh, sorry, naturally, I meant to say my secret base. Secret base? Well, my apartment actually, Palazzo Palpepi, 3rd floor. Let's go have a look, Nick, to Mask the Mask's hideout. Something tells me she just likes the sound of the word hideout. I do too. Hideout's a good word. All right. I'm a lawyer. What do you think about this? I don't really think I can help you with that. Or no, that's not it. Well, the thing is, I don't really know if I can say one way or the other. I didn't really catch that. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. Alright, let's go. He's pretty hot, not gonna lie. Alright, let's go to the Mask's hideout. October 12th, Mask the Mask's hideout. Wow, check this place out. No doubt about it, this Mask the Mask's hideout, alright? Who is it? Is that you, Ronnie? So it's Waffles and On? Okay. Huh, who are you people? Are you Desi Delight? That's right, I'm Desiree. Ah. Oh, you must be... What are these earrings? You must be the lawyer and the victim. Yeah, that's us. Your husband told us to stop by and speak with you. I'm Maya Fey, and this is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Nicky Boy and Maya, huh? I can't tell you how grateful I am that you decided to help my Ronnie. Well, you're welcome. Did she really call me Nicky Boy? It's Pleasant Girl. It's Mask the Mask. There's a tape recorder hanging from his neck. Let me see that. Ha ha ha! I'll be taking something. Ah ha ha! I don't get it. What's it supposed to be, Nick? Can we do it again? It's Mask the Mask. The tape recorder. Let me see that. Click. Ah! I'll be taking this crown now. Better luck next time, gentlemen. All right, there we go. We did it. Oh, that's so cute. It's called a hot air balloon, you know? Wow, there's no fooling you. I want to take my own balloon now. I'll even let you ride in it, Nick. That emblem on the balloon is supposed to be top secret. That's proof enough that Ron Delight really is Mask the Mask. Is it? I better not tell Maya. She gets kind of scary when it comes to celebrities. It's a bunch of cheap costume pieces arranged inside a nice frame. Look, Nick, it's a fake beard. Oh, do you think the judge uses it? There's also a mask made out of cardboard. Here, Nick, try on this fake beard. Come on, try it on. Hey, cut it out. Now put on the mask. Wow, I really care about you all of a sudden. It's Phoenix the Mask. Yeah, let's borrow it for a while. No way, I'm not stealing from a thief. I have enough bad karma as is. Nick, it's a torpedo! It's hard to believe, but it sure looks real. Where could you have picked up something like this? Please don't say that torpedoes are things people just leave lying around. There are a bunch of books lying here. They're all romantic-sounding novels about famous heists and fantastic thieves. Wow, look at all the bookmarks and notes stuck into them. Let's see here. No, must remember this thief's way of laughing. Very useful. No, a calling card is an important part of any good thief's modus operandi. Wow, Rock really studies stuff. Hey Nick, look on top of the chair. Looks like an envelope and a letter. Well, don't just stand there. Come on, let's read it. Maya, you know we shouldn't do that. What are you talking about? That letter could be an important clue. No way, you can't just go reading a private letter just because you feel like it. It's not just because I feel like it. It really could be important. If I was sure it was a clue, I guess I wouldn't mind. Something just broke. Are we still good? Are we here? Okay, just some of the notifications are broken then. Okay, we're good. All right. If I was sure it was a clue, I guess I wouldn't mind. There's a whole bunch of stuff piled up over here. Duck and cover. It's a missile. Do you know there's dynamite missiles? I did, but they're not heavy enough to be real. Actually, I didn't. Oh wait, they're just really well-made toys. What are these rolls of paper stuck in the trash can? Theft of the Mazarin Stone, the Great Albatross Strategy. Theft of the Immortal Goddess Statue, the Great Knuckle Bomber Strategy. Did the police even investigate this place? This thing looks vaguely familiar. Oh, I know, it's a fishbowl. Well, an upside down one anyway. Is that the spacesuit that Wendy Oldbag used? I think it's a helmet. An alien helmet. And that looks like a tape recorder or something next to it. I think it's a transceiver, an alien transceiver. Nick, do you think maybe you could act like a grown-up for a little bit? Getting lectured by Maya to be more of an adult, that's a new low. Okay, I think we've searched everything, so now we can talk to fake on. Is that an anvil? I like anvils. Oh no, they're hot. Ron Delight. About your husband. Isn't he the cutest? A bit weak sometimes though. A bit? By the way, did you know they mentioned Maya on TV? Huh? Really? They said you own the urn and that you're doing some shady training at the law office now. Remind me not to watch that channel's news program. After I saw that, I thought it might be a good idea to meet the lawyer they mentioned. I see. My Ronnie, he has a powerful imagination and gets deluded easily. He kept insisting he was going to surrender to the police. I didn't know what to do. It was me. I stole that urn, he kept saying, as if it was even possible. Huh? But are you saying he didn't? Ha ha ha, of course he didn't. Why would my Ronnie ever do something like that? Well, you know, it's a priceless treasure, and he's, you know, is it possible his own wife doesn't know his secret identity? Me? I'm the kind of woman that needs excitement in her life. Oh, excitement, huh? Yes, I'm at my happiest when I'm racing along with my bike going at full throttle. Riding a motorcycle is like putting your life on the line, you know what I mean? Well, I think that depends on how you ride it. I'm the type that can't stand living a boring, dreary old life with no action. And Ron is your husband? Yeah! No offense, but your husband Ron doesn't exactly look like the risk-taking type himself. You're right about that. He's definitely not one for thrills and danger. But I do have to say that he makes up for it in other ways. Other ways? Yes. Money. Ronnie's incredibly rich and super generous. And he has a really huge set of shoulders. He bought me a bike that's so fast it would make your head spin. And shopping? I like to shop so much it makes Ron's head spin. The other day, it actually happened. His head actually started to spin. Man, talk about a high-maintenance wife. So where does Mr. Delight get all his money from? Ronnie's a security guard. They put their lives on the line, right? So they get paid tons of money in return. Tons of it. He's a security guard? I think it's my turn for my head to spin. Oh, so you really don't know. Oh. And you live in... Oh, okay. No? Can you tell us about what happened last night? What time did that incident take place again? What time was it again, Maya? Well, according to Detective Gumshoe, it was around 1:30 in the morning. Last night was horrible. I got pulled over. Pulled over? Yes, I always do my best flying at night. Flying? You're talking about your motorcycle, right? Yes, anyway, last night I got pulled over by a policeman. I can't believe he caught up to me. It was a great chase, let me tell you. When he finally caught me, the poor man was as white as a sheet. It was about 3 in the morning when I finally got home. Sounds like she's got an airtight alibi. Well, what about Mr. Delight? I don't really know. We weren't together at that time of the night. But when I got home, he was already fast asleep. So basically, he's got no alibi. Huh, alright. Why did you send me to talk to her? Dude, hey, do you know anything about this? So what do you know about this? No, you can't show her that, Nick. That emblem is top secret, don't you remember? Oops, sorry about that. But the way she just said top secret was a worse giveaway than what I did. Wait, so like fucking like Gumshoe gave us the card? Or is it a picture of it? Oh, who knows. Oh, when I hear the word top secret, it just piques my interest like nothing else. Whoa. October 12th. At Me Detective Agency. This is the detective agency? Looks more like a set of some B-grade horror movie. Hello? Is anyone here? It looks like nobody's home. Purple pink stuff? Huh, what a waste of time. Hey, I know. Let's take that framed picture back with us as a memento. I agree. Don't you dare, Maya. No, let's do it. Guess we'll have to try back later. Hey, Nick, what's this thing here? It's called a gramophone. In the old days, people used them to listen to music. You can't be serious. I think it's probably for purifying the air or something. I'll bet you 50 cents. Come on, what do you say? Forget it. You never pay up when you lose. Wow, that's mean. Whoa, it's a huge hearth. That's a fireplace. So, what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick. Right. Sorry. Step hearth, I'm stuck. What a creepy painting. It looks like he's looking right at me. Maybe we should put up a big portrait of you in the office, Nick. I can even paint it for you. Maybe you can pose while cleaning the toilet. I think I prefer something a bit more dignified. Oh, ships and bottles. I like ships and bottles. That's one impressive bookshelf filled with some very impressive books. My Life as an Ace Detective, Unabridged Edition by Luke Atme, Ace Detective. Hey, he's even got one of those ships in a bottle thingies. Ah, would you look at that? There's a little Luke at me doll at the helm. How cute. There's a microscope here too. I wonder if he was researching something. The glass slides have different names on them. This one says at me virus. This guy is just dying to make a name for himself, huh? It's getting kind of irritating, actually. Huh. Little bit of a Sherlock Holmes vibe, just a little bit, with the stuff like sword impaled. Yeah. This desk is literally covered with all sorts of chemistry equipment. Oh, I just love chemistry. Say, Nick, I bet you didn't know this, but water is made up of carbon and hydrogen. No, not carbon. Oxygen. Oxygen and hydrogen. Oh, well, there are always alternative theories, I guess. If by alternative theories you mean the ones you make up inside that head of yours. Wow. I know who Maya would have voted for. Alright, are we done? Okay. Alright, I went and spoke to your wife and she doesn't know that you are... Okay, can I present you with, like, her profile? That's my real wife. Isn't she beautiful? Yeah, she sure is. Blair. Oh boy, the one topic I didn't want to get into in front of Pearls. But... What? But Desi doesn't approve of my interests. So I'm afraid she doesn't like me anymore. What should I do? If I want to win her back, I'm really going to have to be super honest. Oh boy, he's gone back into his own little world again. Is it her? It can't just be him. That's too easy. Is it both of them? How does she not know? Hey, you know anything about the sword? What do you think about this? Okay, nothing. Oh, that's Master Matt's calling card. Pretty nice looking, huh? He looks so happy. I'm not very good at writing, you see. So I bought a book called How to Write Business Letters and studied hard. Well, I guess you could call thievery a type of business. I'm really sorry to cause so much trouble. We did this one already, right? Yeah, we did. Okay. I like his little head nod. That's endearing. Okay, what do you think about this guy? Him. Do you know him? He claims to be your arch enemy or rival. That person, he's not my arch enemy or my rival. Well, actually, no. Now that I think about it, the terms arch enemy and rival are the same thing. They are rivals. Only people who have it out for each other would disagree like this. Did we do this one? Since I was a little boy, I've always been interested in mysterious masked men. So that's why that's what you wanted to be when you grew up. Yes. Or no. Sort of, but not exactly. I never imagined I'd feel as bad as I do now about the treasures being stolen. People sure can be complicated, can't they? Okay, I think that's it done, right? Do we have anything else? No, we have nothing else. Okay, so can we just present a bunch of shit to you? Like, hey, do you know about this? Miss Delight, you must know, right, about your husband and Master Mask? Master Mask, of course, I know all about it. My husband is his biggest fan. Yep, what? Huh? Biggest fan? Yes, and Ronnie can be pretty delusional sometimes. That's how this whole misunderstanding happened. Wait a minute, did you say delusional? Yes, that's right. I just don't know what I'm going to do with him. You see, Ronnie actually believes that he is Master Mask. Ah! The waifu thickens. Alright, what? What are you talking about? Alright, now can we talk about it? Alright. So, when did Ron first become Master Mask? What are you talking about? He's not Master Mask? Huh? But, wait a second. Look around at this room. This place is obviously Master Mask hideout. That's a good point. And this thing's up here. It matches the thing. No, you're totally wrong. A real thief's hideout wouldn't look like this. It's because Ronnie is so timid himself that he looks up to heroic figures. Heroic figures, but Master Mask is a bad guy. So he's deluded, huh? Could that really be true? Anyway, if he really had stolen the urn, wouldn't he still have it? Well, I suppose so. Then why don't you ask him if he has the urn or not? She has a point. Mr. Delight isn't exactly the criminal type. But something about Ron's behavior bothers me. Maybe it's true. Maybe Mr. Delight isn't Master Mask after all. Say, can I ask you something, Nicky boy? What is it? I know it may seem like I may seem like a bad girl on the outside. This is the most sarcastic I'm thinking about something post. It's really good. But the one thing I won't stand for is illegal activity. I had the feeling you wouldn't. You're tough, but I could tell you've got a good heart, except for speeding. Speeding is okay, because that doesn't put anyone in harm's way. Somebody framed my poor Ronnie, I just know it. Could you give this to Ronnie for me? A letter? Yes, for Ronnie. I want him to fight back. Miss Delight. Okay, you've got it. Just relax and leave it all to us. Addressed to her husband, Ron Delight, apparently contains something important. It's a bomb. Can we open it? Divorce papers. Oh, that's right. Here, this is from your wife. Oh, from Desi? Thank you. Letter given to Master Mask. Actually, more like taken. My dear Ronnie, how are you? I'm doing fine. He's clutching onto that letter so hard the ink is going to be squeezed out. He looks so happy. You should write a letter to Mystic Maya too, Mr. Nick. Mr. Lawyer. Yes. In the letter that Desi wrote, she said, ask this guy to be your lawyer. Huh? I know this would be asking a lot, but could you please take my case? My trial starts tomorrow. Hey, hang on a second. He can't be your lawyer. Why not? What do you mean, why not? We're the victims in this case, right? Victims of this Damask guy. Well, yeah, but according to Desiree, he didn't do it. She said, poor man, he's deluded himself into thinking he did it, right, Mr. Nick? Come on, she could be lying to protect her husband. Well, that's true. No, actually not. Actually, it's hard to say. Oh no, it's spreading. Oh please, I'll give you the treasure of your choice in return. What should I do? Nah, I'm good. Don't do it, Nick. He's a thief. Mr. Nick, I agree with Mystic Maya. Well, I admit something about this guy stinks like last week's sushi. I guess I really should say no, but if I do that, this poor guy will have nobody on his side, and this chapter will be really short. Well, Mr. Delight, I've decided to take your case. God, I love video games. Really, you will? Mr. Nick, I was wrong about you. I shouldn't have trusted you. Pearls, I can't believe you defend this person after what he did to Mystic Maya. I'll never forgive you, ever. What? Pearly, wait. This is going to be ugly. I'll go after her. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Well, you couldn't have known she'd react like that. I guess I might as well start investigating. Oh, Maya. Where's Pearls? She said she's going back to the office. Go check in on her later, would you? And what about you? Are you okay with me taking Mr. Delight's case? Yeah, I'm fine, Nick. I believe in you. Sniffle. I think I'm going to cry. I know you have a lot of work to do. I really appreciate it. Okay, Nick, let's get the show on the road. Alright. I'm a lawyer. Excuse me, but we take a look at this? Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't finished that yet. Alright. Okay, is dude here now? Really? October 12th, Lordly Taylor at Main Exhibition Hall. Maya. Oh, Miss Andrews. I'm so sorry, it's my fault. Your precious urn. Your precious urn. Please, calm down. What's wrong? Sniffle. It never ends. Everything I touch ends in failure. Maya, I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you. Hamburger. No, it's okay. I know I don't look it, but I'm good with my hands. I could make you another urn. Hold on. Just wait, okay? Breathe, calm down, and talk to us. Forgive me. Forgive me. Damn, that sucks for you. Alright, see you later. So when did you get the calling card for Mask to Mask? Let's see, exactly 10 days ago. I was going to show it to the police, but that detective stopped me. So you asked Detective Atme to help with security. Yes, in fact, it was about 20 days ago that I hired him. He seemed to know much more about Mask to Mask than the police. So you hired him for security even before the calling card arrived. That's fucking weird. Well, yes, I had a premonition that something bad might happen. I've learned to trust my hunches. So that's why there are security cameras even in the basement warehouse. Yes, Lordly Taylor is very serious about their security measures. Fucking Ace Detective is pretty fucking sus. It was their way of saying, bring it on to any potential thieves. Well, he sure brought it last night and even left with a nice souvenir. Got him, security. Can you tell us a bit about the security for the treasure exhibit? It was all my fault. I never should have called this paltry little collection of treasure a treasure exhibit anyway. Why'd you say that? The urn was stolen. It's pretty important. The urn that was stolen is a pretty important object, maybe, but its actual value after appraisal was, well, practically zero. Zero? I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe I could make it look more valuable. I sure broke it and put it back together properly again, but that urn contains the soul of Mystic Amy. Not anymore. Anyway, I left all the security arrangements since it took it at me. But 5 days ago, I began receiving all sorts of other exhibit items from the Purine. Who would want to steal that? For real, though. Lots of people started going in and out of the warehouse down there. So maybe one of them was actually Mask to Mask in disguise. No, I personally checked out everyone that came through here, so that's not possible. Knowing Adrian, she probably even checked out what they ate for breakfast that morning. That's it? Or can we show this? Miss Andrews? I know. It's all my fault, but what's done is done. I'll make it up by making a new urn for you. I'm just wasting my time. She's too far gone. Okay, what about the sword? No, okay, what about this? Really? You have no information about any of this shit. Okay, now he's gotta be there. Fucking... Really? October 12th, Wright and Co. Law Offices. Ah, Mr. Nick, welcome back. Oh, hey Pearls, you're back too, I see. I went and bought us a strawberry cake. I'll go make some tea to go with it. That sounds pretty good. Hey, Pearls? It looks like she feels really bad about what happened at the detention center. Mr. Nick, I was wrong about you. I should have trusted you. I'll never forgive you, ever. Mr. Maya, the tea is ready. Oh, thanks. Come on, Mr. Nick, please have some of this cake. Is it poison? Yeah, thanks. Pearls? Oh, excuse me, I was in the middle of cleaning the toilet. Hey, it's okay, I just cleaned it this morning. Too late. This might be a good time for me to ask about her. I first met Pearls a year ago. It was when that murder happened at Crane Village. I still remember what she said to me when we first met. You're Mr. Nick, right? You're Mystic Maya's special someone. Hey Maya, I've always thought it was because she was young, but what? Pearls, I think she's got the wrong idea about you and me. Huh? There's something you need to understand. What? What is it? I have the wrong idea too. It's kind of like Crane Village custom, sort of. The head mystic always goes out and finds a lawyer and brings them back and marries them. Pearls seems to love you a lot. Well, it's because I'm her only cousin, and well, because of the murder case last year, Pearlie's mother is... Oh yeah. I remember now. Pearls' mother, Morgan Fay. She's serving a prison term in isolation right now. So you see, I'm the only family Pearlie has right now. But it's the same for me too. Maya. My mother's gone too. What's the custom? There are hardly any men in Crane Village. Honestly, I'm not surprised you mentioned that. They're all awful. Now that you mention it, I never actually saw any men where I visit. I'm pretty sure I told you about it a long time ago. About how spiritual powers run very strong in the Fae family. Yeah, you did. That's why you're undergoing training to be a spirit medium, right? Yeah, the thing is, only women can actually inherit the spiritual power. That's why the whole culture of Crane Village kind of revolves around its women. Well, that's understandable. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, but because of that, there tends to be a lot of unsuccessful marriages. Oh? Well, men start to feel left out after a while, and then they just start leaving. Especially if the man has a daughter. Are you saying that Pearls' father, he's gone? He left the village when she was very young. That's pretty fucked up. Boy, that's tough. Yeah, and she grew up seeing nothing but unhappy marriages all around her. That's why she's so sensitive to things like that. Maya's mother. So your mother's still missing? Yeah, and no one has any idea where she is. She's in Undercourt. Maya's mother, Misty Fay, the current master of the crane channeling technique. She disappeared 17 years ago after getting involved in a certain police case. But you're sure she's still alive, right? Yeah, I know she is. It's sort of a spirit medium thing. And if your mother doesn't come back, then what? Then according to the laws of the village, I'll become the next master. Terrifying. Mystic Maya, the master of the crane technique. Sounds like a heavy responsibility. Yeah, but there's no one else in the blood of the Fey main family who's a spirit medium. Shouldn't you be like training or prepping or something instead of just fucking dicking around here in the city doing lawyer assistant work? Or, well, Nick, why don't we go out and start investigating? I mean, I guess you're here because of the museum thing, but like, I get the feeling you're here all the time. We're going to learn. We're not going to learn anything just sitting around the office. Yeah, I know, but first I want to talk to Pearls. Mr. Nick? Yeah, I acted like a baby. Pearls, I doubted you, even though Mystic Maya trusted you completely. I guess I still have a lot of training to do. Mr. Nick? Yes? From the bottom of my heart, I apologize for what I said, and also for poisoning your cake. Oh, it's okay. Shit, I'm going out for a little bit. Huh? Where are you going? I may be small, but I still have a lot of spirit channeling power. So I'm going to show you I can be useful too by finding some evidence. And we're just letting this happen? We're 9. We're just letting this happen. All right, hey, wait. Actually, sure runs fast. Look, I mean, I was allowed to wander around wherever I wanted at 9, but not to go look for evidence in a case. Let's back off and give her some room, okay? Yeah. Dude. Oh, the plant! How's the plant doing? It's been so long. Charlie, a quite decorative plant. When she was alive, Mia really loved it. She even went as far as to make it our mascot. No matter how busy I get, I never forget to water this little fella. Okay, now he's got to be back. October 12, at me Detective Agency. Hello? Well, how lovely it is to see you again, my dear. Dun dun dun. Welcome to my abode. Relax and soak up the atmosphere. We're actually kind of... Shh, silence. Hee. Precisely as I expected. What is? Zavari! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. A lawyer and a spirit medium, am I correct? I think we've already been through this. So my estimation was correct. Zavari, how truly elegant. Now then, what can I do for you? What can I do you for? Night of the crime. You mentioned before that you were on guard duty all alone last night. Precisely, this is my 5th encounter with my archenemy. Do you know he's turned himself in? I refuse to allow anyone to interfere with the rightful pursuit of my prey. I heard you've been after Master Mask since his very first theft. Yes, my dear, I see you've done your homework. In his very first heist, that vile thief pilfered the famous jewel, the Tear of Emanon. I first encountered him in the museum's Sacred Hall, the crime scene itself. So that's why you were hired as security for the treasure exhibit. I'm pretty sure he said that Adrian Andrews hired him. Yes, I borrowed some equipment from Lordly Taylor and set the perfect trap. You must be in the security camera. But I thought you were watching the area yourself too. So how did the mask manage to steal the urn? That's the million-dollar question. What is the mask's modus operandi? Sacred... Dude, do you not know? Hey, he's turned himself in. This man surrendered to the police, admitting that he was Master Mask. Okay, you do know. Alright. Maybe so, but I'm not convinced that he's really behind the thefts. He is. He sounds pretty sure. Just look at his forehead. It's all in the shape of his mouth and eyes. This is the classic face of a thief. It is unmistakable. Then thieves are pretty hot. Is there anything that isn't unmistakable to you? Alright, what about his wife? What about this person here, Detective Atme? Is something wrong? Did the cat get your tongue or something? The photo leaves me with a distinctly distinct feeling. Okay, so he doesn't give a shit about this. Okay, what about this? This will surely be Master Mask's final heist. Last time I came close and managed to retrieve, stolen treasure. Mark my words, this criminal of humanity will be found guilty in due time. And then I, Luke Atme, Ace Detective, will dance with joy. I have no clue what you're blabbering about, but I guess I'll find out soon. Okay, let's talk. Sacred Urn. Mr. Atme, did you know about the Sacred Urn? Did you know about the Sacred Urn? Did I know what about the Sacred Urn? I'm interested in only one thing, my dear, and that is Master Mask. Sacred Urn. Pfft, that has nothing to do with this case. But wasn't that what Master Mask stole this time? I'm a hunter, sir. The urn was nothing more than a lure to catch my prey. Do you yourselves remember the shape of the individual peanuts you throw to pigeons? Alright, I don't know if I'm getting tired or some of these lines are weird, but it's like the way they just change halfway through. It's like, wait, what? I don't think I like this guy's attitude, Nick. Well, anyway, it looks like he doesn't know about the urn. Damn, he doesn't know. There's something that's kind of bothering me. Please, my dear, ask me anything you like. After all, we are all but seekers wandering alone in the dark. Well, I was wondering how Mask the Mask managed to steal the urn. I mean, isn't it strange that you don't seem to know? Yeah, now that you mention it, it is strange. After all, you were on guard that night at the scene of the crime. Unless you were sound asleep, you should have at least seen Mask the Mask. I was asleep. Oh, for fuck's sake. What the? I would have rather seen Goofy. Lot of heart. It's a psyche lock. Psych lock. Hey Nick, what is this psych lock thing? Well, your Magatama lets me see when people are keeping secrets. By breaking their mental locks, I can find out what those secrets are. What? This Magatama has that kind of power? Well, it's really inconsistent. Sometimes it doesn't show up at all. It's just basically plot powered. Maya, you're the one who gave me this Magatama last year. Well, it's true that this Magatama is a prized Fae family heirloom, but Pearly was the one that actually imbued it with the spiritual powers, right? That's why I don't really know much about what it can do. This is the woman that's going to take over the Kyrian channeling school someday. Yeah, she should really go read a book. So how do you do it? How do you break the cyclone thing? Well, you present the Magatama to the person with the secret. Cool, I can't wait to see it in action. Come on, try it out. Oh boy, I think the future master still needs to learn how to be patient. Mask the Mask's M.O. Detective Atme, you were standing guard at the scene of the crime. There's no way you didn't see Mask the Mask commit the crime. Well now, I can hardly see why you're so positive about that. Yes indeed, I was guarding the warehouse, that much is true, but I can tell you for certain that not a single person passed through that door. No, that's wrong. I'm not sure why, but this Atme guy is lying through his teeth. I know, I'll show him some proof. That's Atme. I have the proof that someone went through the door last night. It's right here. No, that's wrong. There was a security camera set up at the scene of the crime. It should have automatically taken a photo of anyone that went through that door. Precisely. I hope you don't mind, but we've already gotten our hands on the camera data. As you can see, the camera went off at exactly once last night. What? But my monocle didn't catch anyone in its flash. It must be some kind of computer malfunction. It must be. Maybe it was your monocle that malfunctioned. Got him. What? Are you saying that I didn't do my duty properly? Detective Atme, you must have seen the thief last night. The question is, why are you trying to hide it? If he's hiding it, there must be some reason. Some reason that he desperately wants to keep hidden. And I've got just a piece of evidence that should prove it. Do we? Okay, let's suppose you didn't manage to see Mask the Mask. In that case, the reason you didn't at that time was because you were fast asleep, using the bathroom, unconscious. I mean, this is just a wild fucking guess, isn't it? Like, he could have been using the bathroom, and that's embarrassing because he left his duty. He could have been asleep. Also, you know, very, very, you know, embarrassing that he fell asleep on duty. And it could also be that he was knocked unconscious by whatchamacallit. Was there a hint? Did they mention sleep before? Let's just go down the list. I'm afraid that making a guess is not enough. It's time to put your money where your mouth is. Show me your evidence. Shit. Oh, is it he was knocked unconscious by this? Fuck, can I go back? I'll give you a piece of advice, Crusader. What is it? A guess is not the same as a theory, not scientifically anyway. You need to go home, take a long cold shower, and get a good night's rest, Lawyer. I guess I need to think this over again. Detective Atme, you must have seen the thief last night. The question is, why are you trying to hide it? I thought that it was used to pry open the box that fucking Maya had made. That's why I was next to it. If he's hiding it, there must be some reason that he desperately wants to keep it hidden. Okay, all right. I'm afraid that making this enough. All right, you were hit with this. I didn't select it, did I? Shit. There we go. Third tries the charm. Detective at me. You were knocked unconscious by the thief, weren't you? Ha ha ha, sure you must be joking. You think that I, Luke at me, could be knocked unconscious so easily? This sword proves it. That's... Before the theft, this sword was in the hand of the statue of Amy Faye. Furthermore, at the time, it was not bent. There's only one explanation. You were struck on the head and knocked unconscious by the sword. Well, detective, how about it? I'm impressed. You truly are an ace attorney. Unlock successful. Do. I can't deny that there may be a small hint of truth in what you say. So you were knocked out when the thief first clobbered you. Clobber. What an ugly way of saying it, but I suppose you could put it that way. The coward struck at the precise moment that I turned to look at the computer. So you never noticed that the thief had entered the warehouse? No, the coward must have wormed his way in through somewhere besides the door. Perhaps the air ducts or the sewer pipes. Then my arch nemesis struck me on the head from behind with this gruesome item here. Ouch, Mr. Atme should have his poor head examined. You can say that again. How could he have underestimated the thief that badly? Sword updated in the court record. Well, it looks like we got one thing cleared up anyway. Huh? What? That Atme is the greatest ace detective in the world. No, that he never actually saw the thief. Oh, that's right. So the thief may not even be mask to mask. Just one moment, Sir Lawyer. The thief was unquestionably mask to mask. But you never actually saw him. Perhaps so, but I installed a security camera for just such a contingency. Oh. Last night, the camera went off exactly once. Okay, so it goes off when you go in and when you go out? So how did it only go off once? Behold, this is a photo of the dastardly thief taken by the security camera. That's him. Why didn't it go off when he went in? Mask to mask. Photo of storeroom entrance taken by the camera on the night of the crime. The thief can be none other than the arch-criminal Mask the Mask. After all, he has a very good reason for committing such brazen crimes. What are you talking about? Mask the Mask's reason. So what did you mean by he had a very good reason? Exactly that. Mr. Delight had a very good reason to dress up and commit those crimes. There should be a green envelope somewhere in his room. You'll need to go and investigate. But how would you know about that? Humph, have you forgotten? I'm an ace detective. You speak to the finest ace detective ever to walk the face of the earth. The most brilliant mind since, well, ever. Look at me. Sigh. Well, I guess we better go take a look, just in case. Oh, it's the thing it wouldn't let us read before. Hey, Nick, remember what Detective Atme said? Exactly that. Mr. Delight had a very good reason to dress up and commit those crimes. There should be a green envelope somewhere in his room. You'll need to go and investigate. A green envelope, huh? Looks like this is it. Okay, let's have a look. If you don't want your true identity revealed to the world, come to KB Security at 1 a.m. on October 12th and bring 50,000. 50,000? This is a blackmail letter. Sure looks like a major clue, alright. Blackmail letter added to the court record. Ding dong! Oh, someone's at the door. I'll be right back. Won't take but a second, I promise. Oh, thank you for coming. That's so nice of you. When I see a damsel in distress, I just can't help myself. Please, come in. I'll make some coffee. Really? Okay, I guess I'll make myself at home, pretty lady. Wait a minute, I know that voice. Oh, Nicky boy, I'm so sorry, but I've got another guest. You're... Nick, it's you, and Maya too. What a fluke. Oh, it's fucking Butts. That was not on purpose. Long time no see. What? You know each other? Nicky boy. Nick, do you and this girl have, you know, something going on? Something. I underestimated you, Nick. a gorgeous lady like this. And married, too. Way to go, dude. I knew it. Just when things can't get any worse, it's time to cue in the butts. Larry Butts. Ever since grade school, he's been not exactly a close friend, but yeah, we know each other. Hey man, that wasn't nice. I was your very first client. We've got quite the storied history, he and I. And what we used to say still rings true. When something smells, it's usually the butts. How are you involved in this shit? So you're a security guard, or...? Alright, that's it. This is actually a pretty good place to stop. Let me save it. Let me say some quick thank yous, and then that's the end of the stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and we'll probably do the court thing tomorrow. I wanted to go a little longer for this, but I'm really tired. All the reading really gets to me. Hopefully tomorrow will be a bit better. Who's the last person I said thank you to? To her Von Bonsai for sure. Dastag, just in case. Thank you, Dastag. Thank you, Earthborn92 for the resubs. Thank you, Curio Twitch for the 100 bits. Thank you, Mongoose0713 for the resub. Friendly Solid 93 as well. Thank you, Bouncy Bob for some more bits. Thank you, Bellicose Weeb for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, B Brosco for the 213 sub. I should really not let these pile up, but it's a little bit of a habit now. Thank you, B Brosco. Thank you, Out of Jam Bread and Exuberant Vagabond. Thank you much for the resubs. Thank you, Fedaleo 1995 for the resub as well. Mixwellian, RT Smear, Bouncy Bob for more bits again. And the last ones on my list are Red Red for a resub. Bouncy Bob gifting a sub to Germa 985. Is that like the real Germa, like a joke sub, or is there an imposter Germa? Thank you, Glucose Knight for the resub, and thank you, Baron O as well for the resub. And that's it. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good rest of your night.